Test, test, test. I could literally show you the text messages. They're pretty easy. Tell him what it's going to do. And he says, okay, I'll call him.
I couldn't even get scoring to look up a record, so.
Because I knew exactly the issues we got last year. But like, this is what they're going to do. Just taking this whole piece. Download the power controller.
Check. Is it coming through on the audio? Check. Mic 2.
How about mic number 1? Mic number 1 sounds better. Mic number 1 sounds much better. Mic number 2. Mic number 2.
Take off. Go. Camera 5.
Welcome to the 12-hour side-by-side race presented by Can-Am in St. Joe, Texas. This is the longest short course off-road race in America. Drivers just getting ready to take off. Here we go. 12 hours starting at 7 a.m. in the dark, going into day, and then finishing in dark again. Thank you guys very much for joining us with the Outlaw Series. Live feed of the Texas 12-hour Can-Am side-by-side race 2022. All of your favorite drivers out here. You can see all the pit crew, everybody getting ready for their drivers to come around. We have a 9-mile loop today through some really good terrain. So you got some technical sections. We have some high-speed sections, very good for passing. Yesterday, they had a poker run that gave the drivers a little bit of a chance to be able to see the track, preview it. Be interesting to see how these drivers, strategize their race throughout the day to be able to make these cars last for 12 hours.
Your
Lots of team efforts here. We'll get you guys a rundown of the order. I'm going to be your host for the day. My name is George Hamill. Got an awesome Outlaw Productions TV crew here helping out, get you guys all this footage. Some of these drone shots and stuff will come to fruition throughout the day. Starting in the dark is a little difficult, but this fantastic facility out here in St. Joe, Texas.
Okay, you have no picture. We're getting a lot of audio feedback from all you guys. I can hear you.
So, your game, the white one?
I got nothing, guys. Can we get the caster on or something? Because I got nothing.
As the sun comes up here in Texas, production crew getting everything ready for you guys to have this awesome live feed. Thank you very much to everybody who's joining us. Throughout the day, we'll give you guys updates and kind of get you guys set up so you guys can watch all your friends, family, everybody get out there and really tear it up. This 9 Mile track is a really, really good track. Like I mentioned before, we have some very technical sections. We got some rock sections, tight sections through water crossings. It's going to be a really, really good track. Man, there might even be some bottlenecks. We were talking about tires yesterday, how the tires are going to shape up. People are going to change them if we get some inclement weather. If we get some inclement weather, we are going to have to look and see how these guys actually proceed with what they're doing with their tires. Some of them are going to be a more aggressive tire. We just talked to Hunter Miller just before the race started. He said he's using some Maxxis Liberties, and he's got some more aggressive ones that he has on deck just in case he needs to put those on as well. A lot of the drivers are changing their setups a little bit, making their setups a little bit more agile, so that they can have a little bit more traction through some of these rough stuff. Bigger tires as well, so that they can clear some of the ruts. The track yesterday has some really soft sections, so to speak, and it's going to be cool to be able to see that stuff, I don't know what you want to say, deteriorate or improve throughout the day, because those things are going to get massive ruts. Hopefully some of these drone shots can show you guys those things as the sun comes up. Here in Texas for the Can-Am side-by-side, 12-hour side-by-side race. We got a bunch of good sponsors that you guys will be able to see in the lower right-hand portion of our screen. So thank you very much to Maxxis, Liqui Moly, G3, Hess Motorsports. We got some cool stuff happening with them that we'll talk to you about during the live feed. You guys will be able to get some discounts, different things like that from them. We really appreciate you guys joining. So please also comment in and let us know what you guys think about your favorite drivers, what you guys want to see, talk about everything that's going on. Be very, very cool for you guys to join us and hang out for the rest of the show. We got 12 hours of racing, man, so it's going to be a long day. I think some of these cars won't even probably won't even shut off for the next 12 hours. It's going to be interesting to see. These team strategies and the different things that are going on are pretty interesting. We talked to a lot of people in the pits over the last, 16 hours or so. Did the poke around yesterday, talk with them. It's really, really cool to see how they do it. Let's go through a rundown of how everybody is stacked up here. So we have a number of teams. Looks like we got 49 teams with different drivers. Obviously, at least one driver. A lot of these teams have 3 different drivers that are going to split up the driving duties. 12 hours is a long time to be in a side-by-side. Endurance and making sure that your vehicle is going to cross the finish line is very important, but also yourself as a driver, making sure that you have the ability to focus clearly, to not make any mistakes, and to pass over a good car to the next driver that you have here. So we'll go through the list here real quick while we wait for the sun to rise a little bit, get you guys some good camera shots. We have first team 53X in the Yamaha, and that is going to be and they have 3 different events here. They have a 3-hour, a 6-hour, and a 12-hour race. So you can sign up for either one of them. A lot of these guys want to do the 3-hour race. These guys are Julian Celadon, and he's the only guy. So he's going to Ironman that 3-hour race. Let's see here. We got a Can-Am driver, number 44, Ian Lay, and he's going to do the 3-hour race by himself as well. Polaris driver, number 614, Sean Philbin, and Sean's going to get some help from second driver, Carson Vale. Number 888 in his Honda, that's going to be Greg Rice. Greg Rice is going to be doing sole driving duties as well. Let's see here. Number 933 in his Can-Am is Tim Otto. He's going to be doing the 6-hour race, and it looks like he's going to try to Ironman that bad boy. So that'll be pretty cool here as well. Props to those guys for being able to Ironman that. Number 333 in his Polaris. We got, let's see here, doing the 6-hour race. We got Dylan Jacobson. Dylan Jacobson's going to get some help from his second driver, Ty Lukemar. Number 58 in his Can-Am. It's going to be David Holaby. David Holaby is going to be getting some help from Elliot Cook. Came all the way from Florida. Come hang out with us and drive in that Can-Am X3. That's going to be good to see. 6 hours of racing for both of those guys. Interesting to see their strategy as well. Number 57 is Polaris is Sean Burnett. Oh, Sean's going to be splitting. He's going to be splitting that 6 hours up with 2 different drivers. So Sean is going to be the driver of record. We got Gene Burnett and Summer Burnett. So it looks like it's a family deal with those guys. That's pretty cool. So they're going to all get some time to drive. Production crew doing a fantastic job giving us a shot of the replay here of the start. Thank you guys very much for catching those awesome drone shots. Can't wait till the sun comes up a little bit.
I'm on your replay right now because it's all I've got. So just keep it rolling for a second. Okay, I'm about to jump off.
All right, so Sean Burnett's doing his family thing. Number 787 in the Can-Am. Let's see here is Angel Fontanez. Oh, it looks like Angel Fontanez is going to try to Ironman that 6-hour race here. Mad props to those guys that are doing the Ironman. That's crazy to be in the side-by-side for 6 hours. Like I said, it'll be interesting to see how those guys finish as well as how those guys maintain their focus and energy level. So we also have number 614 is Polaris. It's Sean Philbin again and Carson Vale. So it looks like they're going to be doing double duty, the 3-hour race and the 6-hour race. So it looks like they registered twice. Maybe they're even going to do the 12-hour race. Yeah, I think they are. So they signed up for each individual one of those races. Number 762 in the Arctic Cat. We got Justin Moore and Kyle Beto. Kyle Beto and Justin Moore have some pretty interesting, or have a pretty interesting story for each of them. Veterans of the United States Armed Services, and Kyle, unfortunately, lost his left lower leg, so he's a left leg amputee. And Justin has a spinal cord injury. Both of them have fantastic stories, man. The motivation that these guys provide. So we'll talk to them a little bit later today. We did an interview with them, so we could probably see if we can get that up for you guys a little later. It's just fantastic to see these guys out here in a side-by-side, being able to come out and get some adrenaline pumping in this 12-hour race out here in St. Joe, Texas. Looks like the drones in the sky are having a little bit of trouble seeing you guys because some of this inclement weather, some of this fog is going to burn off during the day here. We had, looking at the weather reports, we had a little bit of a chance of rain. We're not going to try to jinx it here on the broadcast. We're going to keep our fingers crossed, but you can see the fog. So this is some of the stuff that the drivers will have to deal with for the rest of the day, or excuse me, for the rest of the morning, and focus on making sure that they can see through it. When you see some of those lights, you can see how the lights get spread out in the fog. So depending on what position you're in, and if you're coming back on the course where somebody else is going forward, it's going to be very difficult to see. So those guys are going to be hoping that the sun rises quicker than slower. All right, let's get back to some of the other drivers here. I think we left off with Justin Moore and Kyle Beto. So Greg Rice, number 888 in the Honda. We had already spoken with him. Yeah, you see what I'm talking about there with some of the light and how it expands. It's very difficult to see. Some of the fog will burn off during the morning here. Let's talk a little bit about the facility that we are at. We are at Rednecks with Paychecks. Like I mentioned, we are up towards the northern portion of Texas, almost to Oklahoma. So very, very north in Texas. Super cool facility, though. Rednecks with Paychecks has a big property out here, allowing us to have this 12-hour side-by-side race. They do a lot of other stuff out here as well. They have mud competitions, which I would like to see. They have rock crawling concerts, big venue. We had a VIP area for the Texas 12-hour side-by-side race here last night with the drivers meeting. Everybody's showing a lot of energy during that drivers meeting. As you saw when they took off just minutes ago. Again, thank you very much for joining the live feed. We apologize for having such a slow start, but starting off in the dark is sometimes difficult because of the viewable angles of the drivers. It will improve quite a bit. Again, we're going over the start here. The start here is very unique. The drivers do. I think it's called a Le Mans start, where they run to their vehicles, the dead engine start, and then they have to start their vehicles once they get in. Really, really cool to be able to see that. Yeah, and we're showing you guys the replay. And this happened roughly 10 or 15 minutes ago here. Yeah, 20 minutes ago. The start was at 7 a.m. Can see some of the track crew getting ready, making sure that the track is ready for these guys as the sun comes up here in Texas. Let's keep going through the drivers of record here and everybody that's out there on the track. So we finished all of the 6-hour drivers. Now we're getting into the 12-hour drivers. In the 12-hour race, we have pro and sportsman. In the pro class, we have our first driver, number 72 in a Can-Am, is Glenn Jung. And let's see here, Will Harris. And their third driver is going to be Michael Presswood. We have number 77. Looks like some of our drivers are actually coming around for their first lap. Hopefully the production crew will be able to get some cameras going here for you guys to be able to see this. Number 8 in his Can-Am. Looks like it's Drew Holdifer. And Drew Holdifer is going to be assisted by Brian Nichols today. Looks like they're going to have just 2 drivers for the whole race, which is going to be pretty cool. I know a lot of guys that were doing 3 drivers, but having 2 drivers is a whole nother game. 12 hours. I don't know how you guys would do it watching us, but as you see some of the drivers coming through for their first lap. Again, as we stated in the beginning of the race, it is 9-mile course, roughly 9 miles. So they're going to be coming through pretty quickly. They're going to be getting a lot of laps today, a lot of laps here. So it's going to be interesting how the track matures, we'll call it, for the rest of the day. So Glenn Jung, let's see here, number 979 is Polaris. We got Jack Letourneau. Jack Letourneau is going to be racing with Mike Letourneau, so another family. As we see some of the drivers coming through, it's going to be a little difficult for us to see. Oh, and another thing we should talk about as well is all of these drivers, every lap, come through the pits. I know that sounds a little bit weird, but it's part of the fun of this race. As you can see, the drivers right here, they're going to be coming through. A lot of these teams are going to be doing visuals every lap as they come through. And there we go. A lot of these drivers coming through here. We will be able to get some of the numbers for some of these drivers as the sun comes up. Talking with a lot of the teams yesterday after the poker run, and we'll get back to the coming through the pits every lap. A lot of these drivers and teams we're going to plan to race at maybe like a 40 to 60% level so that they could keep the cars going for that 12-hour duration. So they weren't pushing too hard, they weren't breaking parts, and they were making sure that the vehicles are going to last the whole duration of the 12 hours. 12 hours is a long time to be driving. Imagine driving from, well, Texas to Arizona or Southern California to New Mexico. It's very, very far, and most people take a passenger car, 12 hours, you know, stopping 3 or 4 times just to, you know, get something to eat or use the restroom. As we see some of our drivers coming through, they are exiting the pits, going back out on course. Drivers coming through, just rounding out their first lap, heading back out on course. This section is pretty high speed. They can make up a lot of time. And we were talking about the drivers going through the pits every lap. So the rules behind going through the pits every lap are pretty simple. You have to go slow. 15 miles an hour is the speed limit. And as you go 15 miles an hour, it'll take you 90 seconds to round the pit loop. As you can see the drivers doing right now coming into the pits. So no speeding, but there is actually passing on pit road. So if a driver is going slower than 15 miles an hour. That will be an advantage to those people that can come through, or if a driver's limping their car into the pits. But it's going to change the strategy for everybody. All these drivers coming into the pits right now. We'll keep going through list of drivers. And as the sun rises out here in Texas, we're going to be able to get you guys some drone shots and some other fantastic coverage. So thank you guys very much for tuning in. Hang tight with us for a little bit as we are able to get you some more viewable footage of your guys' favorite drivers. Let's see here. So we have we left off on Drew Holder. We left off on Jack Letourneau. So now we also have number 419 in his Can-Am. Let's see here. Timothy Slocum. Timothy's going to get some help by two other drivers. Looks like Tyler Gleddy and Dave Navrosky. Both will be great drivers as well. Fast team right there. Number 81 in their Can-Am. Looks like Ryan Tewksbury. Who we actually just saw come through. Cody Martin and Jay Shaw. They're going to be a team to be reckoned with as well. And this is all the pro class, all your pro drivers. Number 222 in their Can-Am, we have John Colaguru. And John is going to be with Jacob Frederick and Tim Farr. Tim Farr, man. Tim Farr is a legend in side-by-side racing. Cool to see him out here at the 12-hour side-by-side race presented by Can-Am in St. Joe, Texas with us. All right, we have number 311 in their Can-Am. We have Dustin Robbins, and Dustin Robbins is going to be driving with Bill Hilliard. Number 735 in their Can-Am is Ariel Borowski. Ariel is teamed up with Justin Schmieder and Trevis Pointer. So Travis actually gave me a ride from the airport, so thank you very much, Travis. But he is doing some really good stuff here. So he is teamed up with them, but he is also a coach, a driving coach. So he's able to give them advice and be able to help grow the side-by-side racing community. Travis is a 5-time side-by-side short course champion, or off-road champion. That was a great shot. Again, thank you to our sponsors. Looked like a driver already coming into the pits in the Motul car. The fog is still lingering a bit here. You can see some of the pits here with the ARD UTV Race Shop team there. The fog is lifting and will get better throughout the day. Let's keep going through some of the driver list here. There's a lot of drivers and co-drivers, so thank you guys very much for letting us take our time going through it. These 9-mile laps are going to be going by pretty fast today. Let's see here. So we have number 492, William Thomas. William Thomas is getting some help from Connor Martell today. And, here we go, the start of the Ironman. Ironman in the pro class. We have number 991 in Polaris, Caleb Broker. So Caleb Broker, man, he's going to Ironman 12 hours of side-by-side racing. Graphics guys coming through. Thank you very much to the graphics guys for always supporting the Texas Racing Series and the Outlaw Series, as well as our current 12-hour side-by-side race. Oh, looks like they're having a little bit of issues. Already needing to get some help. Yeah, it looks like he's having an issue. Definitely don't want to go backwards on the race course. Going backwards on the race course is frowned upon very much. So it looks like he needs to get back into the pits. My suggestion is to all the drivers who are racing out here today, anytime you need to get back into the pits, never go backwards on the race course. Ask a safety crew, turn around, loop around, whatever you can do to make sure that you're not going backwards on the race course. It creates bottlenecks and a lot of other frustration for a lot of the team members.
Tell me when the start button goes down off the screen.
So the track crew, everybody out there helping the graphics guy's car. Want to get everybody back on track. You see some of the drivers. There we go. He's back on track now. All right. Get back out there, boys. All right, so Caleb Broker, man, you're nuts going out there and trying to Ironman that bad boy. Number 10 in their Can-Am, we got Chris Donald. Chris Donald is getting some help from Kevin Hall and Cesar Lapointe. In their Honda, we have Chad Deutsch. Chad Deutsch is getting some help from Ty Phillips and Danny Hill. Let's see. They also got another Honda car, red Honda of Hess Motorsports. Sean Hess. Sean Hess is getting some help from Cross Kirchmeier. We did a little interview with those guys. Those guys are actually helping out quite a bit for this race. Cross Kirchmeier and Sean also have a third driver that's kind of on retainer, we'll call it. Cross's dad might jump in the seat and have a little bit of fun with them as well. We'll go through a replay and show you some of the action in the pits here. Again, the strategy for a lot of these guys is going to take a lot of pit strategy, actually. Man, they got a lot of media around this car getting all cleaned up. So looks like they're already going to be taking off that light bar. So interesting strategy for these guys to remove the light bar on the first lap. Good, bad, or indifferent, but they're at least checking over the car, making sure that everything is good. We'll keep going through your list here. We still with the pro drivers. Sean Hess is who we just finished up with. Yeah, let's keep the camera on this pit stop here. Let's see here. We have number 47 in their Can-Am. We have Lane Bethke. And Lane is getting some help from Mick Schumacher. Wow. And Gina Schumacher. That's pretty cool, man. Transcending into different genres of racing. Really cool to see them out here. The drone shot here, you can see the UTB Race Shop pits. All the team members getting ready, conversing. Also having a lot of fun out here. We talked to a lot of people about the different things that were going on with the races. I think we're going to have an interview here for you guys in just a second with some of the guys in the Can-Am crew. Drivers in their driver's suit already getting ready to go, just in case they need to be ready. If one of the drivers wants to get out, they can jump in. Definitely going to be cool to see all these teams more prepared. The Can-Am 12-hour side-by-side race, this is the third annual race. And the last 2 years have been dominated by, obviously, Can-Am and the Miller brothers. The Miller brothers, very, very well known for King of the Hammers wins. Also racing side-by-sides in the 4400 class at the King of the Hammers. It's really cool to see them come out here and we're going to call it dominate for the last couple years. They did a very good job last year at managing their cars, turning it up on the last few laps, and really, really pushing it to showcase how much reliability these side-by-sides now have. But this year, it's going to be a little different. We're already getting text messages. Thank you very much, Mandy, for letting us know or reminding me that the Miller brothers definitely have a target on their back. So they may be getting a run for their money. And all of these different conditions will be interesting. Here we go. It looks like we got one of our first drivers coming through. To round out what's looking like their second lap. So it looks like roughly 10 or 11 minute lap times for these drivers. Here we go. Some of the yellow and black professional Can-Ams. Maybe Cody Taylor, Hunter Miller, maybe Cody Miller, or the Tewksbury. So the leaders, yep, just coming around now. One thing that we did notice on the poker run yesterday when we were out there basically previewing the track is what we were doing. The poker run is very fun because you can win prizes. You can do all kinds of different stuff with your family. You can take everybody out there. You can do all your Instagram and get all your fun stuff taken care of. But you get to preview the track and you get to check it out. And a lot of the guys were saying, wow, this is some tight sections. These are some more like GNCC. If you guys are familiar with GNCC, it's like woods racing. So it'll be really cool to see the different people that are used to that type of terrain and that type of racing come up and actually have some really good battles today. I think it's going to lend itself so that the normally aspirated cars, non-turbo cars, are going to have a little bit of an advantage because they have no turbo lag going through some of those really tight sections. So it'll be cool to see how everything shapes up as we get going a little bit more through the day. Again, we have some great weather here in Texas. A little foggy this morning, but we're all crossing our fingers. You guys can send some positive vibes. Looks like the race leader right there, number 492. First car through. Still lots of time left. We're not even 20 minutes into the race yet. So we have 11 hours and 40 minutes left still. Number 492. Looks like William Thomas and Connor Martell. Not sure who's in the car right now. I'm assuming it's going to be William. Let's go through some of our other drivers here. In the number 714 Polaris, they're driving a Pro R. We got Chance Haugen and Andy Ives. Spoke with both of them yesterday. They brought a very new vehicle out with the Pro R out to last year's 12-hour race. Didn't even have shipment of the vehicle 2 weeks prior to the event. Built them as quickly as possible and brought it out here this year. They are coming a lot more prepared. So it'll be very interesting to see how those guys end up doing and what their strategy is. A lot of work has gone into that program, so we're very excited to see. Chance Haugen comes all the way from Prescott, Arizona, and Andy from Minnesota. Let's see here. Number 22, we got Cody Miller. And Cody and Cody, team of both Codys. There's one of the cars that we were talking about, the Bikeman Pro Rs. With number 979, they have that very distinct sound. They have a 4-cylinder motor, a little bit heavier than some of those cars. No turbo on those cars, so no turbo lag. So it'll be interesting to see how those vehicles do, especially with a year under their belt. So we just mentioned Team Cody, Cody Miller and Cody Taylor. They're going to be definitely a favorite as well. Number 90 in their Can-Am is Hunter Miller. Hunter Miller is teamed up with legendary side-by-side racer Kyle Chaney. Very, very, very talented drivers. Going to be interesting to see if anybody can give those boys a run for their money. Still watching some of the guys coming through the pits. fantastic shots, very, very clear shots of what is happening with all the drivers, their pit crews. We're going to get a lot of action from this area today, seeing how, like I said before, every lap these drivers come through the pits. Every lap they come through the pits. Again, they have to be at a 15-mile-an-hour speed limit, and they have to make it in 90 seconds or above. They cannot speed through pit roads, or they get a very heavy penalty, making sure that everybody's safe going through here. 15-18 right there in their Polaris, ready to head back out. Looks like a pretty stock vehicle to me. It has some very minor safety stuff on there, but it's cool to be able to see that you can basically go down to a dealership. You can buy a side-by-side doing some very limited stuff like safety things. You can even run stock tires if you want, man. Those Maxxis Bighorns would actually probably work pretty well out here on this terrain. As you see, some of the drivers come through the pits here. They're doing a visual on this car, making sure that that car is good, and very quickly back out. Good job on your social media coverage too, bud. Got his team get his phones and cameras out there. And again, this is a 12-hour side-by-side race, so these guys are not wanting to give up any seconds, but we got to remember, these vehicles have to cross the finish line in 12 hours. First, you must finish before you can win. So we'll watch a lot of these other drivers get heading back out on course. I'm going to keep going through some of these sportsman drivers. Number 4901 in their Polaris, we got Sean Capps. Sean Capps is getting help from two other drivers. Looks like Brady Goodwin and Waylon Tubbs. Number 20 in their Polaris is Ricky Johns. Ricky Johns getting help from, two other drivers, Noah Sidorchuk and Eric Westover. Number 88, Greg Rice, who we mentioned before. Looks like Greg is going to try to Ironman this whole 12 hours, dude. Whew. Greg, kudos to you, buddy, for having that much ambition. That's going to be a gnarly, gnarly race for 12 hours Ironman. That looks like we have a battle coming out of the pits. 3 drivers, neck and neck. We have a factory Can-Am driver. Looks like number 47. So that's going to be Ian. Oh, Leon is what I see here. Leon Bethke. If I'm messing up the name, please let us know in the comments. Or come over to the trailer, man. Hang out with us for a little bit. We're going to get a lot of interviews from different drivers, team members and stuff coming in here throughout the day. Man, we got 12 hours to kill, so my voice is going to be tired after this. Thank you guys again for joining us on the live feed. My name is George Hamill. We're going to be with you guys for 12 hours, so if you're going to watch the whole show, I apologize in advance for you guys having to listen to me, but we will try to give you the best coverage possible of this fantastic 12-hour side-by-side race out here in St. Joe, Texas. Again, we have a 9-mile track at Rednecks with Paychecks. Safety crew doing a fantastic job. So this is one of the things that we were talking about more earlier at the beginning of the show. Looks like Travis Pointer coming back with a wounded Can-Am. But this does not mean that he's out of the race. We're not familiar with what, we don't know what's going on with the vehicle, but this does not mean that they are out of the race. They can take this vehicle back to the pits, see if they can get it repaired, and get back out there. Many, many times last year, those drivers were able to get their cars back on track. Even all kinds of different crazy stuff that happened last year. Tire failures, wheel failures, motor failures, exhaust failures, all kinds of different stuff. So we'll get you guys some more shots of the pits and different shots as the day progresses here as well. Thank you again to the Outlaw Productions TV crew. Our second sportsman driver on our list, our third one, is number 410 in their Can-Am, Robert Murkowski, Jerry Jones, and Blake Gustin. And speaking of Blake Gustin, thank you very much to his mother for being able to provide us with all of the great breakfast food this morning. Blake does the tech inspection for the Texas 12-hour side-by-side race. Very, 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 very good at his job, making sure that all these drivers are safe, and the vehicles will keep these drivers safe as they go out there, making sure that all the guys have all their bolts tightened, they're using the proper metal to be able to build their cages. Let's see here. We have number 609, Dale McCord. Dale McCord, Trevor Johnson, and Matt Brockway, all sharing driving duties. Number 1518, who just passed by us a little while ago, is Ryan Lewis and Justin Martin. Number 124 in their Can-Am is Michael Byerski. Let's see here. He's getting help from Jim Flory and Jason Nichols. It's cool to see that these guys are sharing their cars as well. So most of the guys that are driver of record will be the owners of the cars, and these guys that are helping them drive just get to go out there and tear up these Can-Ams, Polaris, Arctic Cats, Hondas, Yamahas, all these different vehicles. So it's like a free car for the day, right?
Somebody standing in front of a camera and dance or something. I got that.
All right. So we have number 501 in their Can-Am, Ryan Leach, Josh Gutschel, and Mark McDonald.
Can you just check and make sure everything's feeding okay?
Let me see, number 762 in their Arctic Cat, we got Justin Moore and Kyle Beto. Those are the veterans that we were talking about before. I'm going to probably say this story a lot today. Fantastic human beings, getting help from the Mulligan family. Really cool to see. Kyle has a left leg amputation, and Justin Moore has a spinal cord injury. Both of them still out there racing, man. It is so cool to see. So cool to see.
That's your knob right there.
Cool.
And then encoders are down. They're working on getting that fixed, and the scoring will be back up shortly.
Okay.
So if you don't want that.
All right, we just got some news from our production crew. Thank you very much, Josh, for giving us an update on what is happening behind the scenes. We're still trying to get a couple other cameras up for you guys. Lots of Wi-Fi out here in Texas. Some of that Wi-Fi is actually disturbing some of the equipment that we have. So scoring and production are going to try to see if we can get you guys some other feeds here. As some of these drivers come through, looks like another Polaris Pro R. All right, so number 614 in their Polaris. Oh, we got a camo car. We won't be able to see them. Sean Philbin and Carson Vale, both going to be driving that. All right, we got another one of our Iron Man, number 527 in his Polaris. Black Polaris is Vince Broker. Dude, you are the man for trying to Iron Man that, Vince. Number 37 in their Yamaha looks like Patrick Samblin, Matt Seahorn, and Cesar LaPointe out there tearing it up, man. Some of these guys, okay, so we got one of my favorite guys, number 574 in his green Polaris Razor 900 is going to be Alexander Knoll. Alexander is going to be trying to Ironman this race. He Ironmanned it last year. Last year, Alex Ironmanned the whole thing by himself, got out and just asked for a sandwich. So that's how much energy he had. So we'll have to see how he does, Alexander Knoll. Good luck trying to Ironman that bad boy. 12 hours of side-by-side racing is just insane. So we can't wait to see you cross that finish line, buddy. All right, number 86 in their Can-Am, we have Donovan Willis. Donovan Willis is getting some help from Michael Schroeder. Let's see here. And number 37 in their Yamaha, we got Patrick Shamlin, Matt Seahorn, and Cesar LaPointe. 5 more drivers to tell you guys about, and then we're done with the list here. So sportsman driver number 105 in their Polaris, Kevin Adds. He's getting some help from Cole Smith and Nathan Adds as well. Again, family is first out here in side-by-side racing. Off-road is a great sport to be involved in. Number 73X in their Can-Am, we got Jubal Cheatwood and Rachel Cheatwood. So, again, more family. Super cool that they're sharing the driving duties in the sportsman class for the Texas 12-hour side-by-side race out here at Rednecks and Paychecks in St. Joe, Texas. Number 118 in their Yamaha, we got Byron Mowry, graphics guys, and Max Mowry and Corey Williams. Number 1176 in their Honda, we have Brian Stevenson. Brian Stevenson is getting some help from Corey Williams and Byron Mowry. So it sounds like Byron Mowry is going to be getting some seat time today in a Honda and a Yamaha. And finally, rounding out all of the drivers here, number 314 in their Polaris, we got Shaylee Broker and Katie Thomas, so the women. Really cool to see all of the people out here. Tons of family environment as you see this Honda getting back out on course. Some of the drivers already having some issues with their vehicles, having a lot of, we call them visuals, when they come out and just check over the car, look at it. Some of the guys were adjusting their light bars already. Rednecks and Paychecks is a fantastic facility. You can see one of the monster truck mud boggers out there with some of the VIPs that get the extra level of service out here, hanging out, having some fun. Really, really, really good facility here. You can see some of the fog is still hanging out a little bit. Very early on in the race, we have 11 hours and 6 minutes still to go. Number 81 is Ryan Tewksbury's car in the yellow car. Not even an hour into this race, people are already stopping in the pits and getting some action. Leaders are coming through. Let's see who we got here. Looks like a little bit of a battle. So this battle was happening last lap as well with a normally aspirated car of Sean Hess, and I think it was either Cody Miller or Hunter Miller in front of them there. Thanks, man. Appreciate it. Thanks for coming in and hanging out. Drivers getting back out on course. One of the things that I love most about this side-by-side racing is you can have your own personality. Look at all the different cars, all the different liveries or stickers on the cars, wrapped differently. Builds are different. A lot of these guys like it low. Some of them like it high. Some of them like it lightweight. Some of them like it more durable, built like a tank. But each and every one of these people trying to get across that finish line after 12 hours of racing. Leaders heading back out on course.
Yeah, that's my camera 6.
Oh, the PCs?
Okay. Camera 2, you're clear. Yeah. 2 is clear. We need them. I've got towels in the RVs. Okay, hold tight. I got nothing. Camera 2's on the ground, and camera. I got. Okay, the only camera I have right now is camera 3. Yeah, camera 2, you're breaking up. It's awfully sweet. Camera 3 is the finish line. Yeah, the one in the pit, the pink camera. It just came back. Yeah, you're back. I'm going to 2. I just gotta get off this dead camera 3 here.
Fog still hanging out here in St. Joe, Texas for the 12-hour side-by-side race presented by Can-Am. We had some fantastic sponsors: Hess Motorsports, Red Bull, Maxxis Tires, Liquimolly, all the sponsors that you see, Crown Construction. Everybody's been helping out quite a bit to get this new facility. Maxxis Tires. Max is out here supporting all the drivers, brought a bunch of tires. G3 Motorsports, like I said, Blake Gustin, doing his due diligence, make sure all these drivers are safe. Doing tech. Ultimax Belts, Mel, all his crew. Liquimolly, thank you guys very much for being the lubricant sponsor. Yesterday we were with Progressive Power Sports, the Bearded Stitch. Thank you guys very much for being a part of it. We couldn't do these races without you guys. 7 FPV. Josh and his whole crew setting up this production for Outlaw Productions TV. Drone pilots John and Scott. George Cruz out there also manning a camera. Takes a lot to get this live feed to you guys, so we really appreciate you guys joining. Just over an hour in to the Texas 12-hour side-by-side race presented by Can-Am. All these drivers coming through. 11 more hours to go. You see the clock ticking down. 10 hours, 59 minutes, and 30-some seconds. Tons and tons of racing left for you guys. We are going to give you a little bit of a rundown on the racing track system, which is a GPS system that we use. We have David Clay here from Racing Tracks in the booth with us. We're going to give you guys a little bit of a rundown of everything that's in these cars that tracks these vehicles throughout the race. Why don't we go to camera 6 and we'll have David explain a little bit of this stuff for you. What's up, David?
Hey, how's it going?
We're doing pretty good. Let's see.
Back on the show.
There, your mic's on now. So, David Clay, thank you very much for hanging out with Racing Tracks. Give us a little rundown, dude, on how the system works.
So right now the system, it's kind of a two-part system. There's obviously the system that's putting the dot on the map, which is what you're looking at right now, where people can see the location. We're updating positions every 2 minutes. We also have a live leaderboard, which we're actually fixing right now because some people missed some of the start points.
Oh,
and so we're getting that up. So don't show that quite yet. But this gives everybody's location.
This is very, very valuable information. So how can the people that are watching the live feed check it out? They can go to racingtracks.com?
Yeah, absolutely. Get on to racingtracks.com. There's a button that says Live Map. Click on the map, and then it's going to pull up the map, and then you need to click Menu and Show All, so that way you can get all the racers up.
All right, so give us a little bit of a rundown here. So in the left-hand side, you have Menu, and you can show the racers and do Show All. You can get this same view that we're looking at here, so you can kind of see where your favorite drivers are. Obviously, it's organized by numbers, as it is on the screen, but you can also filter, so you can just see your favorite driver cruising.
Yeah, you can pull it up by class. You can pull it up by individual.
This is a fantastic system, especially in a 12-hour race, because 12 hours is a long time, David.
Yeah, it's nice to be able to keep track of where your guys are and what lap they're on and all of that information, because these guys they might do upward of 40 laps, which is insane.
It is. It's really insane, and the track changes so much as well, right? So you'll be able to know what your guys' how you guys are doing out on course. You'll be able to track their lap times with the way that timing and scoring is working. We'll give you guys as much information today. Really appreciate you coming out here and hanging out for the.
How do you think it's going to go when the rains start?
You think it's going to rain?
It says like 90% chance. I think it's. This morning I was literally wrapping bags over the tractors and putting zip ties on the back.
I'm going to keep my fingers crossed that it's like just sprinkles a little bit, waters the track for them, so to speak. But I think it's going to be crazy. I know a lot of drivers have different tires on deck. I don't know if you saw any of that action in the pits.
Definitely, there was a lot of teams that I saw that had a really aggressive tire just kind of sitting there waiting in the corner, so that if they need to switch to those, they definitely can. One of the things when it starts raining, there's a lower visibility. The drivers with the racing track system, they actually have a screen, and so if somebody stops up ahead of them, it's going to give them a warning with an arrow pointing in the direction of the stocked vehicle.
Oh, really?
There's a countdown starting from 10 all the way going down to 1 that counts down however close they're getting close to them. So if it's 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, that's 900 feet, 800 feet, 700 feet, 600 feet, etc.
So multiple functions for the racing track system.
Right.
This is pretty cool for us to understand. So maybe give us a little bit of more of a breakdown. So obviously we can track our favorite drivers when we're sitting at home, but it's doing a lot more here in the vehicles for these drivers. So safety precautions.
Right. The racing tracks device is great at saving bent metal because, especially in desert racing, you get up on somebody, you're honking your horn, and you just don't hear a lot. I mean, it's the same with these guys. They're rapping out
here already a bunch today.
Yeah, I mean, these guys are going so fast and their motors are like wrapped out and they don't hear anything. So to hear somebody's horn, it's not going to happen. And so the only thing you can do is like bump these guys.
Right.
And that gets people upset. And I'm not talking about like emotionally upset. I mean, it upsets their vehicle.
Right.
Right. And so like people can crash, people can roll. I got hit at a race that didn't have a tracker that I put my RS1 and it flipped me.
Oh,
like
man.
Completely, like I was able to get on the tires and finish the race. But
so what can they do? They can see if somebody's coming up on them.
Right. So this device actually has a pass button. So you just hit your pass button and it shows on the screen ahead of them pass. And they can hit their pass button and it'll say okay on their screen. And it'll say okay on the screen behind them.
So they can communicate back.
So they can communicate and basically say like, hey, I know you're back there. Don't hit me. Let me move over and make a good clean pass that way.
That's pretty cool, man. That's a really, really good technology advancement in off-road because it allows people to be able to negotiate their race differently, right? Because then they can also manage their car better. I mean, 12 hours racing is a long time. Like, you're going to have tire issues. You're probably going to have all kinds of different stuff happen with your vehicle during that amount of time. You don't want to have to add another layer of safety on, so you're helping take care of a lot of that.
Yeah, absolutely. And so that's why we're out here just, it's great for friends, family, sponsors, but also vehicle to vehicle. It's a great tool as well.
Yeah, that's cool. So keep an eye out on the Racing Tracks website. Again, racingtracks.com. And let us know what you guys think about it. You can comment in, and we're going to have David in throughout the day, kind of just giving us updates on everything that's going on. Thanks, dude.
Awesome. Absolutely. Thanks for having me.
Great job. All right, these drivers are still out there rounding the course. Like I said before with David, you can go to racingtracks.com. It's a fantastic tool for you guys to be able to keep track of your drivers, see what the leaderboard is. All right, there was Alexander Knoll just passing by. This dude is an Iron Man from last year, so we'll be able to see how he does this year. Pits have calmed down a little bit. As you see the fog is still hanging around a little bit. A lot of moisture in the air. Probably keeping the drivers nice and cool. This racing track system is so awesome to be able to look at all of the different drivers and what location they are on course. Another thing that I'm just looking at when I see these guys, see this map here, if you look at it, the red line is the race course. You can see it goes all different directions through the hills. Out here at Rednecks and Paychecks in St. Joe, Texas. Very cool view where you can see some of the technical areas where it slows down through some of those really tree heavy sections there. We are down towards the center lower portion of your screen where it says Rednecks with Paychecks. The highway to come into the facility, obviously a little lower than that. Number 410 up towards the top of your screen is at the end of the north portion of the track. Some of the faster sections you will see are down there where it's a little bit lighter color. The more tan area of the track. Very good passing sections. Some of the other drivers coming into the pits now.
Josh, if you walk past camera 2, can you raise it up a little bit? Okay, that's cool.
Very interesting for me to see that a lot of these drivers are still coming in glued to each other's bumpers. Last year at the 12-hour side-by-side race presented by Can-Am, we had the field kind of thin out throughout the day because of vehicle failures. I'm wondering if some of these drivers have learned from maybe some of the mistakes that they had last year or just gained a little bit more experience to be able to understand how to maintain their vehicle, to be able to get the vehicle across the finish line. We're only an hour and 10 minutes into this event. All these drivers, if you're just joining us, have to cross through or go through the pits every single lap. And when they cross the finish there, they're hanging a right and they're going directly into the pits. They hang out in the pits for a little bit, make sure to do a visual, kind of check things out. And the pits are down there towards the bottom of the screen. And you can see where they drive through. They have a 15-mile-an-hour speed limit. And they must be in the pits for 90 seconds or more. Otherwise, they get a penalty. But this also offers opportunity for these guys to be able to get their cars looked at. Any changes to be made. And this is every lap. So it's a fantastic opportunity to make sure that these cars stay together for a lot longer duration because they're able to look at them. As we have a driver coming through the screen on the top right. We'll get that up on the screen for you guys right now. Sorry for the black screen. We'll get a picture up here in just a little bit for you. We got some action coming out of the pits. We'll switch over to that camera for you guys. We got tons of drivers coming out. Some of the drivers still electing to use their light bars right now as well.
Get a chance, camera 3 needs to come over about a third. Because I don't get them. Not later, just later. We have, it looks like we got a frozen picture. Oh, it's frozen. It's frozen. Yeah. Program is frozen.
We'll get you guys a better picture here in just a second. There we go. Here's some action coming out of the pits now. Thank you guys for dealing with that stuff so quickly, Josh and Jeff, the production crew. This live stuff is pretty amazing that we can bring you guys all this great footage from such remote areas. Man, we couldn't even watch this type of racing a year ago, and now we're able to do it. It's so fantastic. So thank you very much to the whole production crew for getting all this stuff going. Obviously, thank you to David Clay and his Racing Track system for giving us the opportunity to be able to see where our drivers are on course. This is fantastic data as well. So a lot of these racers will be paying attention to that, not just to see where they are at or where their team is on course, but to see where their competition is on course. As you see right there, that was a perfect shot of what is available to do in the pits. A driver getting rid of a water bottle with one of his team members over there to go pick it up. Probably got the water bottle at the beginning of pits, drank it while he was going through the pits there, and then threw it out at the end and had somebody in his crew go pick it up. Fantastic race strategy right there to be able to keep your body in focus, make sure it's hydrated. A lot of these guys using onboard systems as well. Camelbacks with water in them. They have a fluid logic system that's out now. That's an electric system that you can actually get water into your mouth through through some devices. Like that guy's hoodie with his KMC hoodie. Thanks for standing right in front of the camera, boys. Here we go. So we're going to some of the fog is making it a little difficult for the drones, but here you can see a good view of the I don't know what you even call it, the mud bog or the swamp pit out here at Rednecks and Paychecks, just on the other side of the finish line here. All right, so here was what we were talking about before. It'll clear up a little bit. The fog is still a little bit heavy, but right on the other side of the school bus monster truck right here that you see is a big mud pit. They have a lot of fun in this mud pit out here. I heard that they get 100,000 people or so out here for some of these big events that they have. People out here having a great time. So thank you very much to the owners of the facility, Rednecks and Paychecks. There you go. You see the sign right there. Fantastic facility out here at St. Joe, Texas. There we go. We got a clear camera angle. Thanks, boys. Some of these drivers, like I said, still using their light bars out here. Not sure if that's helping or hindering them going through the fog. But, man, an hour and 45 minutes into the race, maybe they're going to run the light bar the whole time. Maybe that's a strategy for these guys and some of their teams. I know that some of these teams have limited resources in the pits, so they may just be putting it on and getting out there and doing their best they can. As we have a little bit of downtime with the cameras, waiting for some of these guys to get back into the infield area. Want to do a big thank you to everybody that is involved with the Outlaw Series and the 12-hour side-by-side race. Fantastic people that make this operation run. Caitlin, everybody in the admissions department, sign up, getting everybody taken care of. All the people in timing and scoring. David with his racing track system out here helping. Everybody in the production crew. It takes a lot of people to make these events happen. Brian Adkison, our fearless leader, making sure that we are all safe, making sure that these events are still put on year after year. So thank you very much, Brian, for organizing this all for us to come out here and have fun. 12 hours of racing, man. 12 hours in a side-by-side. And these dudes, I still tell you what, man, these guys that are going for the Ironman are just insane. All right. We're going to give a little bit of love to each and every one of these driver sponsors. This is what it's all about, right? They want more help. So let's go through it here. We have the 3-hour open race. We have the 4 drivers that we have. We had Ian Lay, and he is sponsored in his Can-Am from Batavia, Ohio. He is sponsored by Boustain, Crown Off-Road Racing, and Fandango. Ooh, Fandango's a good sponsor. Way to bring in the non-endemics, buddy. 53X, Julian Celadon out of Oak Point, Texas, in his Yamaha, 19 years old. Number 614, Sean Philbin out of Truxton, Montana, excuse me. Let's see here. Man, he's got a bunch of sponsors. So we go through HBR&P, Power Sports, WelderD.com, QuickSawRacing.com, Ride Epic, Forward Visual, Eddie's Flooring Installation, Alwell's Country Meats, I think that's how you pronounce it, Ginger Jake's, OffRoadArmor.com, HSD Industries, Wilson Power Sports, and Vittle. Greg Rice out of Hazlet, Texas, G3 Motorsports. All right, in the 6-hour open race, as you see, man, that fog is still holding strong. In the 6-hour open race, we have number 57, Sean Burnett out of Hilltop Lakes, Texas. Sponsored by Grimes Service Center and Pro One Services. Number 58, David Holby out of Millsap, Texas, G3 Motorsports. Number 333, Dylan Jacobson out of Pflugerville, Texas, UTVRaceShop.com. Number 614, Sean Philbin out of Truxton, Montana. Oh, we just mentioned all his sponsors, so he's got tons of them. So good on you, Sean. Number 762, Justin Moore out of Stephenville, Texas, Maxima Racing Oils, MRT, Rugged Radios, Cryo Heat, and Raceline. Number 787, Angel Fontanez out of Fort Worth, Texas, Level Communications, KT Performance, and G3 Motorsports. Number 933, Tim Otto out of Buda, Texas, and Kids Tooth Team. Let's see here. And this is the 12-hour pro race. So we're going to probably go through a lot of sponsors here. Number 8 is Drew Holdifer out of Hinsville, Arkansas. Wilson Power Sports, Psychotic Lighting, and Can-Am. Number 10, Chris Donald out of Alvarado, Texas. SA Belt, Motul, Demon, Maxis, Ignite, ARD, Cryptic, and UTV Race Shop. Number 18, Chance Haugen from Prescott, Arizona. Sponsored by Polaris, Super ATV, Dyno Jet, Ames, Sparco, Rugged Radios, MRT, Method Race Wheels, and Bikeman Performance. Number 22, Sean Hess out of Munster, Texas. Hess Motorsports, Honda, Maxis, Elka, E2R, HMF, Raceline, Tire Balls, Rugged, Maxima, Raceco, and SSI. Number 222, Cody Miller out of Greenville, Texas, sponsored by Can-Am. Number 24, David Navratsky out of Croydon, Pennsylvania. Concrete Cutting Systems, Evo Power Sports, G3 Motorsports, and Plymouth County Power Sports. Number 47, Liam Bethke at Gordonville, Texas. Number 71, Glenn Jung at Austin, Florida. Sponsored by 77 Motorsports. 81, Ryan Tewksbury out of Paradise, Texas. Sponsored by Can-Am, Boustain, Texera Tech, HMF, Yokohama Tires, Zebros, Exit Shocks, Evolution Power Sports, Raceline Wheels, S3 Power Sports, Crown, Off-Road Racing, Sparco, and ZRP and Hess. Number 90, Hunter Miller out of Greenville, Texas, Can-Am. Number 222, John Colgaroo out of Niles, Ohio. Johnny KS Power Sports. 311 is Dustin Robbins out of Decatur, Alabama. All things UTV is helping him get to the track. Number 419, Tim Slocum out of Ashburnham, Massachusetts. Patrick Edwards Electric, KWI, Wayland Speed, Hess Racing, MRT Tires, and Plymouth County Power Sports. Number 492, William Thomas out of Lowell, Arkansas. KWI Clutching, Twin Peaks Restaurants, another non-endemic. So awesome on you for bringing Twin Peaks into the sport, man. Double E Racing, PPEI, Ignite Race Fuel, HMF, TGR Fabrication, Double E Racing, Texera Tech. Number 714, Andy Ives out of Prescott, Arizona. Well, technically, he's not out of Prescott, Arizona, but we'll go with it. Polaris Super ATV, Rugged Radios. Number 735, Ariel Byarski at Chagrin Falls, Ohio. Johnny K's Power Sports, G-Force Racing, and Cargado. Number 911 is Chad Deutsch at Evansdale, Iowa. Let's see here. Honda Power Sports, DR Power Sports, PPEI, Raceline, and CA Tech. Number 979, Jack Laterno at Lindstrom, Minnesota. Bikeman Performance, MRT Tires, Vision Wheel, Clutch Energy, Torque Link, Chopper City, Blown Concepts, Race Coatings, Fox, Fowler Parts Service, Sniper Clutch Weights, and Laterno Electric. All right, rounding out the 12-hour pro class is 991, Caleb Broker at Berryville, Arkansas. Sponsored by Maxxis Tires, RCV Axles, HCR Suspension, Nitro Racing Products, Wheel Pros, Ultimax Belts, Godspeed Industries, 5-Star Tuning, Psychotic Lighting, Rise Fab, Wood Power Sports, Hilltop Ranch, PRP, and G-Force Suspension. And number 5012, man, big number. Brian Stone out of Easers, Pennsylvania, sponsored by Brooks Power Sports Incorporated, CT Raceworks, Factory UTV, Gear Grabber Shifters, G-Force Racing Suspension Technologies, Hess Motorsports, Keller Performance, MRT, NRP, PRP, and ZRP. In the 12-hour sportsman class, we have number 20, Ricky Johns out of Benton, Pennsylvania. Number 1, Patch Customs. Number 37, Patrick Shamblin out of Burleson, Texas. Shamblin Racing, Seahorn Yamaha, ARD, Hess Motorsports, and UTV Race Shop. Number 73X, Jubal and Rachel Cheatwood. Saline, Louisiana. Super ATV, S3 Power Sports, VP Race Fuels. Let's see here. Hero Construction, PPEI, and Double E, and Can-Am. Looks like some of the fog is lifting a little bit. You can see a little bit better with the drone there as some of these drivers come into the pits. Number 87, Donovan Willis out of Georgetown, Texas. UTVRaceShop.com, ARD Autosports, Hess Motorsports, Double E Racing, Texera Tech, SA Belt, Ignite Race Fuel, Demon Axles, and Motul. Number 105, Kevin Ads, Rice City, Texas. Dallas Karting Complex is helping him get to the track. Number 118, Brian Mowry, part of the Graphics Guys team. Now, Orange YXZ, number 124, Michael Bayarski at Shangrin Falls, Ohio. Johnny K's Power Sports, G-Force Racing, Carg Auto. Number 410, Robert Murkowski, Austin, Texas. Let's see here. Number 501, Randy Leach, Enola, Pennsylvania. Out of Brian Stone Racing, helping him get to the track. Number 527 is Vince Broker out of Berryville, Arkansas. 573, Alexander Knoll, the Iron Man at McDonough, Georgia. Number 609, Dale McCord out of Columbia, Tennessee, and On a Mission Motorsports helping him. Number 614, Sean Philbin out of Truxton, Missouri. Montana. I keep getting that mixed up. HBR and P Power Sports. Man, he's got a bunch of sponsors. We already named them, but we'll give him a little bit more love. WelderD.com, QuicksawRacing.com, Ride Epic, Forward Visual, Eddie's Flooring Installation, Allowell's Country Meats, Ginger Jake's, OffroadArmor.com, HSD Industries, Wilson Power Sports, and Vittle. Let's see here. 762, Justin Moore out of Stevensville, Texas. Maxima Racing Oils, MRT, Rugged Radios, Cryo Heat, and Raceline. 1518, Ryan Lewis out of Springdale, Arkansas. 1776, Brian Stevenson out of Austin, Texas. And the final two drivers on our list, number 4901 is Sean Capps at North Richland Hills, Texas. Sponsors is XIT Off-Road, SideBySideWeRide.com, Mark Co. Machine, MRT, MTS, HCR, Super ATV, S3 Power Sports, Keller, Sandcraft, and Tucker. And in the women's class, we have number 314, Shaylee Broker out of Berryville, Arkansas, Off-Road Vixen, Ultimax Belts, GR Graphics, HMF, Bearded Stitch, Double E Racing, and PPEI. All right, so enough talking by me. We'll give you guys a little bit of a break, and you guys could just watch some racing for a little bit. We are 1 hour and 30 minutes into 12 hours of racing. 12-hour pro class. Thomas is out front. Tewksbury's in second. Jung, Hunter Miller, Hess, Holdifer, Cody Miller, Culligrew, Stone, Broker. checking out the racing track system on screen. You can see your favorite drivers out there leading the course. So we have number 492, Thomas, out front. You can see he's coming through, getting close to being back in the pits here. The leaders are coming around again to round another lap. You got a Pro R, you got a RS1, you got a Honda Talon. All kinds of different vehicles out here at the 12-hour side-by-side race presented by Can-Am. Last scoring that we had that came through, we have Thomas, Tewksbury, Jung, Miller, Hess, Holderfer, Cody Miller and Cody Taylor, Team Cody, Calgary, Stone, and Broker round out the top 10. Pit shots are really great, being able to see all the action that's coming through. Lots of action out on the race course. If you look kind of towards the bottom right of the screen, or middle, the direct middle of your screen, you can see all those drivers bunched up. Some of those sections are a little bit tighter sections. There's some bottlenecks and stuff, but you'll notice that happens throughout the day because of all of the congestion in those little areas. You can't even see half those numbers. Right where that number 57 was on the screen. Lots of congestion in that little area. Looks like Byron Mowry got a wounded vehicle, going to come back into the pits, see if he can get that thing fixed up. Graphic guy and his team get back out there on course. Get that wagon across the finish line. Production crew getting all this stuff ironed out. You guys can see these guys a little bit wider angle, getting these guys back out on course and coming into the pits. RacingTracks.com providing us all of the great data. Looks like nobody's out at the bottom of the course right there. It'd be nice if some of those drivers could get out there, make up some time, man. Lots of extra room over there. And there's a whole bunch of people just bunched up coming out of the pits and getting back on course over there in the middle of the course. One of the factory Can-Ams exiting the pits. Safety crew getting back out on course. 991 all alone out there. Let's see who 991 is. Number 991, 37, and 419 all have some very, very good positioning on course to be able to make up a lot of time. Yeah, getting through a lot of that stuff. Real deep terrain, a lot of ups and downs, elevation changes. Yeah, bottlenecks as well. Number 991 is Caleb Broker out of Berryville, Arkansas. Let's see here if we can find 37 and 419 as well. .419 looks like it's Tim Slocum out of Ashburnham, Massachusetts. And let's see here if we can find number 37. Patrick Shamblin out of Burleson, Texas. A lot of Texas guys obviously out here for the 12-hour side-by-side race presented by Can-Am. We are out here in northern Texas, almost on the up towards Oklahoma, in a city called St. Joe, just outside Munster, Texas, north of Dallas. Fantastic facility with Rednecks Paychecks. Brand new track for the Texas 12-hour side-by-side race, put together by Outlaw Series race director and owner Brian Adkison. A lot of work goes into these side-by-side races, but a lot of fun is had because of all that hard work. So thank you very much to everybody that's participating in making this happen. Tons of people in the pits also helped out as well, providing resources, tractors, all kinds of different stuff to be able to make this event happen. So if you're looking at the racing tracks map there on course, one of the advantages that people will have today is to be able to have clear track. The clear track will give them an opportunity to make up a lot of time and not be in bunches. A lot of times when racing, people get caught up by battling together. In situations like this, it helps to be by yourself so that you can have clear track and have a lot of time made up on course. Driver already pulling into the pits. It looks like Sean Hess or one of the Hess cars.
Sets up, if you could put that light back on more straight, we won't have all those shadows on his eyes. You see graphing tape over there? No, but there was a big roll on that table.
Hey, Josh, I put it way over there at the end.
Huh?
I put it at the end.
If not, I've got a roll in my truck.
Thank you guys very much for watching the live feed of the 12-hour side-by-side race presented by Can-Am. Haven't mentioned it in a while, but please comment in on YouTube and Facebook. Tell us what you guys think. Tell us if you guys have any of your favorite drivers out there. As the inclement weather kind of burns off, we have some fog. We have a little bit of moisture in the air. Difficult to fly drones in that type of weather. Lenses get dirty and moisture gets on them. But we're going to try to see if the weather lets up a little bit. And as that weather lets up a little bit, we'll get you guys a little bit more coverage on cameras and different things like that, so we can bring you a little bit better view of some of the areas on course. Extra race coverage. In the meantime, you guys can watch the racing track stuff that we have on course, or excuse me, on screen right now. You can see the leaderboard over there with Thomas, Tewksbury, Jung, Hunter Miller, Hess, Holdifer, let's see here, Cody Miller, Culliger, Stone, and Broker. The leaderboard has not changed very much in quite some time now. Getting text messages from some of the people in the pits. Looks like everybody's having a good time, making all kinds of different Can you go to Arcane? One of the things that we want to show you, we have one of our drone pilots actually in the broadcast booth here with us. So John brought in, why don't you show us this drone a little bit, John? So we have some of the moisture, what it actually looks like with the inclement weather here. Pretty crazy to see that the moisture can get so close and so much on the actual drones. It's very difficult to see in the camera, but some of these lenses make it very difficult. Thanks for showing us, Sean. We appreciate it. These guys are out there doing a whole bunch of hard work, making sure that you guys can see all this great race coverage. So thank you to all the guys at Area 51 for flying these drones, doing a fantastic job. You know what? I heard a story this morning by these guys when they were giving me a ride over to the track, telling us how intricate and how many different things happen with these drones to make sure that everybody on course is safe. You got to make sure you're flying in the same direction as these vehicles. You can't fly against the traffic. All these different things that you wouldn't think about when you're just a viewer of this television broadcast. So it's really cool that these guys are out there operating such a professional environment for us, and to be able to give us this good coverage. Let's thank some of our sponsors too. We got at the bottom right corner of your screen, G3 G3 Motorsports, Hess Motorsports, Can-Am for being the title sponsor of this event. Very grateful for all of those guys. Crown Construction, obviously the Texas Outlaw Series for bringing you the event. Everybody that helps out. We had so many people at the drivers' meeting getting, I don't know what you want to call it, getting thanks because they helped out to produce this event for you guys and get it out here. The leaderboard, number 492, Thomas, Tewksbury in second, Jung in third, Hunter Miller, round out top four, Jason Hess, number 22, in fifth. And sounds like we got some other drivers that are getting ready to come back in to the pits as well. We mentioned it before. Some of you guys just getting up on the West Coast. We're early birds out here in Texas. We've already been racing for just under 2 hours, 1 hour and 53 minutes into 12 hours of side-by-side racing out here in Texas. So if you're just joining us out on the West Coast, or you just turned on the live feed, we have some great footage for you guys. These guys come into the pits, like you saw that driver backing it in every lap. They come into the pits. They can do a once-over on the car. They can come in for repairs, all kinds of different advantages. But there are some rules that you have to follow going into the pits. You have to go 15 miles an hour. You are able to pass if there's a slower car, maybe a wounded car or whatever it is. You just cannot exceed 15 miles an hour. From the start of the pit road to the exit of the pit road, you have to take 90 seconds. 15 miles an hour at 90 seconds is the exact length of pit road. If any of that is not obeyed, unfortunately the drivers get a penalty. So all of the drivers very cognizant about that, and at the end of the race, all of that stuff is calculated. If any of those penalties matter, the race results at the end will be unofficial, and then we will see how everything transpires. Trying to get some drones in the air for you guys as some of these drivers are getting ready to come back on course, getting everything updated. It looks like we actually may have a lead change between Tewksbury and Thomas. So both those guys out there tearing it up. Hunter Miller coming into third position now. Hess jumping up. I'm going to read you guys some of the timing and scoring now. And we can look at racing tracks as well if we want to see some of that. Oh, we got a drone in the air, so that's even better. So perfect. Now you can actually see a lot of the stuff that I was talking about people coming through the pits and not exceeding 15 miles an hour. This driver is doing a very good job making sure they watch their speeds. Some of these race cars actually do not have a speedometer, or they don't check their speed going through the pits. Some of the drivers opting to go a little slower than 15, some going right at 15.
Racing Tracks also pops up and shows them their speed in the pits.
There you go. So David Clay just came in from racingtracks.com. Let us know that it will show your speed on Racing Tracks and flash a light if you're not doing the proper speed.
Also, we have a big log jam right here. Right where 4901 is.
All right. So now we are taking a look at 4901 on course, but there is a big bottleneck or log jam out here in this section of the course where it gets a little bit more technical. This could create some issues.
These guys are going to be coming in hot into the finish here really soon.
Sounds like some of these guys are in that log jam are going to be neck and neck coming back into the finish. So we'll see some of these guys come around as you see some of those fantastic drone shots, man. It is so cool. We showed you guys some of the moisture on the lenses, but even though they can fly the drones out here and show you guys all this, it's just magnificent that we can bring you guys all of this fantastic footage. So the log jam, we're going to see it. We're going to see a bunch of people coming in to the pits very shortly. Yeah, look at all these guys, all neck and neck, just like we anticipated. So these guys were all on track together. It was one of those big groups of people like we had talked about earlier. Thank you, David Clay, for bringing us some of that Racing Tracks data and information. Fantastic to know all that. Just as we see some of these people coming into the pits, we can hear some of the roost actually hitting our production trailer. So there was probably 10 or 15 cars. Oh, look at that, all through the pits. Look at that fantastic drone shot of exactly what we were talking about some of those cars. Not exceeding 15 miles an hour unless you want to get penalized, but still battling through the pits. We got two factory Can-Am drivers. One stopping, one not. Again, this is the advantage of being able to come into the pits. Unfortunately, that driver acquiesced one position, but he was able to have his crew members look over the vehicle. Make sure it was okay. Yeah, so that bottleneck looks like it cleared up a little bit. Obviously, there's some racers still out there going through that section. Here are those same drivers that were all together. Look at that line. All of these drivers are going to be entering the course at the same time. You can see that. Look at that single file all coming out on course together. So that means this next lap or these next two laps are going to be very intense for all of these drivers. Making their passes quickly and efficiently is going to really provide them a lot of time to be able to get away at the end of this lap. Sitting behind all these drivers for that long is going to be very difficult, especially if your pace is faster. Looks like the track holding together pretty good. We like to call it chocolate cake. As we wind down the final seconds of the first 2 hours of the Can-Am 12-hour side-by-side race, out here in St. Joe, Texas, just north of Dallas in northern Texas. Pit crew still working on that YXZ, making sure their driver is going to bring that vehicle across the finish line. Oh, we got a wounded soldier. Thank you very much to the track crew for getting that vehicle back into the pits. Hopefully that driver can still get their vehicle repaired and get back out there to finish the race. There we go. Pit stop, get that car back out on track. All right, we'll. All right, looks like we're getting some pit action queued up for you guys in just a second here. Some really good pit action. All right, we have some pit action ready for you guys here. Looks like the graphics guys had an issue with the front end of their car. Blake Gustin at G3 Motorsports trying to get some parts ready to get this Byron Mowry and his crew fixed and back out on course. Thank you to the Outlaw Series safety crew for bringing that car back in, giving him the opportunity to still get his money worth and get back out on course. Get some parts for that car and get rolling again. A little bit of a hectic situation, making sure everybody's out there getting the information that they need. Looks like we're going to get the co-driver out. Help work on the car, get it back out there. Even giving us a little wave to the camera. All in fun. Out here for the Texas 12-hour side-by-side race at Rednecks Paychecks out here in St. Joe, Texas. Just south of Oklahoma in northern Texas. Man, he's got a little bit of work to do. Hopefully they got an A-arm and a ball joint for that bad boy. Some of these dudes even wearing moto helmets out there. Super cool to see that everybody has a chance to race these side-by-sides. Side-by-sides have come a long way in the last 5 years. Now to see the entry count that was come in and all of the people out here racing this race is fantastic. Back to some of the race action. Some of these drivers exiting the pits. I think it's Alexander Knoll still trying to go for the Ironman. He is just over 2 hours into his Ironman stint. All right, so we have a special announcement that we'd like to make. Hess Motorsports is going to offer all of you guys that are watching the live feed a discount code. It is for their website. It is 12HR LIVE, 12-hour live. You can go to their website and you can get a 10% discount via that code. Hess Motorsports just moved in to third place on course. And depending on their position, if you keep watching the live feed, towards the end of the race, if they podium, they may even offer a bigger discount for you guys. If you guys do not want to wait, go to their website now. Thank you very much, Hess Motorsports. As you can see, they are sponsoring the time clock at the top right. So thank you very much to them for being a big part of this live production with Outlaw Productions TV. Those drivers all still deciding, or drivers and crew deciding what they're going to do to that vehicle to be able to get it back out on course. Looks like the driver letting him know what happened to it. Change up in the lead. We now have Tewksbury out front, Thomas in second, Hess in third, Hunter Miller rounding out the top four, and Cody Miller and Cody Taylor in the top five. Looks like it was a ball joint issue in the top of the spindle.
I'm coming to you. We're on drone right now. Tell me when you got to go.
All right. Drivers slowing to enter pit road now.
Okay.
A Razor and a Can-Am there.
There's nobody else
You see some of the stuff off to the right. Tex and his Octane Media, thank you very much for all that you do for all of us racers and all of us fans out here, Tex. Calling the shots, as usual. Nice shots of them repairing that ball joint and spindle on the front of that Yamaha. Great job to Blake at G3 Motorsports and all of his crew for getting all those parts ready for Byron Mallory. Blake even taking a little bit of time to talk with George Cruz a little bit about what's going on there. Hopefully we can get a little bit more in depth with some of these people a little bit later today, get some interviews for you guys as things progress. Look, we just mentioned we are just over 2 hours into the 12-hour race, so we have plenty of time. Lots of action just for one vehicle to get back out on course. Thank you guys very much for watching at home. Kyle Melville, appreciate you, buddy. We saw the one and only Christy Melville. She's holding it down out here, helping everybody make sure they're on track and doing everything that they need to do. So as long as it's taking for these guys to fix this Yamaha YXZ, it's still very good they're able to get it fixed. I mean, like the amount of time that we have, they can get that car out on track, and it still has a lot of time to be able to do well. Multitasking here, putting another 5 gallons of gas in that thing, getting the drivers back in safely, getting them belted in, getting their window nets up, doing all the things that that matter to make sure that this car crosses the finish line. When they say it takes an army, it really does. It really does, to be able to get these cars across the finish line. 12 hours is a long time for a vehicle to be running. Looks like they're looking over it. They got that portion of it fixed, but it looks like they're still looking at some of the other parts of the vehicle to make sure that it's functioning properly. Not going to send them out unless it's ready. Coming up on 9 a.m., we are just over 2 hours into the 12-hour side-by-side race presented by Can-Am. 9 a.m. in Texas, that means you guys are just waking up in Southern California or on the West Coast. So thank you guys very much for joining. Please let us know. Jump on the live feed, Facebook, YouTube, and come join us. let us know what you guys want to see. Let us know what we could do better. Getting a lot of behind the scenes. We'd love being able to see this type of race action, pit action, all of these different things. They're trying to get that ball joint back in the spindle. Sometimes it's a little bit difficult when you have a ball joint failure. Aligning those things. They have basically what's called a miscellaneous alignment spacer. It's a tapered edge that goes into the top of the spindle, and sometimes when it gets loose, the bottom of the ball joint beats up the top of the spindle, and it's very difficult to get that beveled edge back into the top of the spindle. So it looks like they're trying to force it a little bit, and they're going to let that metal to metal clean up while he's out there driving, just so he can finish the race. They'll probably want to replace that spindle and the ball joint and probably the end of the A-arm when they get done with this race. But just to get it across the finish line is going to be a task in itself. So great on the G3 Motorsports guys, Byron Maui, the graphics guys, all of that crew for getting that car back out on track. So a lot of the guys like Blake there, you see him on the right-hand side of your screen, they handle many cars. Last night, I think we counted maybe 8 cars that were underneath his tent or in his pits that he was helping people get ready for the race. So what happens if 2 of these cars come in at the same time? Well, they have a few guys on crew, so they're going to have to split up the crew and be able to work on both of them at the same time. It's just basically one of those things. You have to just manage and be flexible as a crew. Blake giving him a little bit of a pep talk. All smiles with these off-road guys, man. We love it, Blake. So thank you very much for getting Byron and all his crew out there. You got a fantastic crew being able to help all these guys. Yeah, great aerial shot of the track coming into the pits there. You can see the entrance pit road right there on the left just a little bit, and then the exit.
I don't think so.
The graphics guys are going to be getting back out on course. Byron Maury's car. Sounds like we got some other drivers getting ready to come into the pits as well.
I lost my finish line camera, so I don't know when people have a drone or on you.
Yeah, you can see the drone shot just past that G3 Motorsports tent. They got a big area over there because they got a lot of cars, man. Oh, man, you can't forget to turn on the GoPro, boys. Always got to turn on the GoPro. Content is king these days. Look, safety right there. That is one key thing that I think everybody should pay attention to. He's making sure that the drivers know where their position is. He would tell them to stop if there was another driver coming. He would tell them to turn left or right if there was something directly in his way. Really, really cool to see all of these guys paying so much attention, not just to their race program, but to everything else that's going on around them. Making these decisions is a very, very crucial piece of having a safe and good experience out here at the races. So thank you very much to all those guys that are paying attention. There are hundreds of people out here this weekend, and everybody has safety as their number one priority to make sure that not only they are safe, but everybody else around them is safe. Working together, teamwork makes the dream work, right? So thank you guys for very much for being diligent about this. There you go, the whole family experience. You see the youngster over there on the left. All kinds of different vehicles, too. I think we talked about it a little bit at the beginning of the show. We got Articats. We got Honda Talons. We got YXZs. We got the new Pro Rs out here. We got Can-Am X3s all over the place, man. Honda Talons. All kinds of different vehicles. Right there, one of the Pro Rs that we were just talking about coming into the pits. Fantastic to see all of these different vehicles and just everybody having all the parts to be able to make sure that these vehicles cross the finish line. We just saw the G3 Motorsports guys working on Byron Maury's car. They have a lot of YXZ parts. There's a lot of other teams that have YXZ parts. They would all share just to make sure that those teams cross the finish line. A lot of these Can-Am teams share. Polaris Razor teams share. So if any of these guys have parts and the other team doesn't have them, usually it's a pretty easy way to make friends is by sharing and making sure that these guys cross the finish line, because that stuff will pay off in the future when you have something happen to your car if you were able to support another driver in a previous event. that's just one great thing about off-road racing in general is everybody is so adamant about helping get these racers across the finish line.
Camera 3, you're hot, but you're moving. You're good.
Great drone shots. Still showing some of these guys using their light bars, man. I wonder if it's because of the fog. One of the factory Can-Ams getting ready to get back out on course. So this is the entrance to pit road right here. As you see, the exit as well, right next to it. Rednecks Paychecks providing that big old mud bog, man. I've never been here for one of those mud events, but I heard it's crazy. Be cool to come out here and check it out one of these days. But today we are focused on the 12-hour side-by-side race presented by Can-Am. So here you can see a great layout of the pits. The way that they have the cars and trailers positioned as well makes a big difference on how these guys can get their parts and tools out there on course. So the way that they set up their positions of the pits. Let's see number 22 get back out on course. I think that's the team Cody Taylor and Cody Miller. A Hess Motorsports car of Sean Hess. And Cross Kirchmeier. All right, so two Can-Ams just getting ready to get back out on course. Let's actually stay on that shot, and we'll see if those Can-Ams battle coming back out onto the racetrack. This is one of the things that I think is very interesting is right when you get back out on course, you have just a very small, limited amount of time as they head off into the fog to be able to pass each other before you get into a real tight area of the course. So I would think that everybody just wants to get out on course and pass right away before they get back out there because otherwise they're going to lose a lot of time sitting behind those other drivers. Starting to get a little bit more spaced out. We can try and get racing tracks pulled back up for you guys here, and you guys can see some of the action out on course. All right, it looks like we have racing tracks back up on the screen now, so we can bring that up if you guys want to check out some of the drivers on course. Has Sean Hess, man, moves up into second place. So Thomas, unfortunately, falling back a little bit. An RS1 driver. Big old tires on that RS1, man. That's a good idea out here at Rednecks by Paychecks on this adverse course. It never fails. Look at some of this out here. Third and fourth, we have 22 and 22X. Hunter Miller and Cody Miller. Always glued together, man. These brothers never seem to be on course without battling. If you look at the top of your screen at Racing Tracks right there, you'll see 22, 44, and 22X all in the same vicinity. That's probably about only, I would venture to guess, between 10 to 30 seconds of distance on the track. So those guys are right neck and neck to each other. So if any of those guys have any issues, they're going to be passing right by each other. Looks like the 44 is going to be in between those guys, but the racing track system will allow them to move in and out of each other very easily. So it looks like some of the field is spread out towards the bottom right of your screen, right above that Ultimax logo. To the left of the Ultimax logo, looks like there's a bunch of people just all in the same spot. Oh, as the Racing Tracks updates, you see now the 22 and the 22X behind the 22 pin drop right there. They are right next to each other on course. So this could be some strategy stuff happening as we see some drivers coming into the pits. This is probably actually, yep, It's one of those big clusters that we just saw on racing tracks, all coming into the pits at the same time. So this is a strategy that you would want to take into consideration here. If you are one of the drivers that is at the end of that group of drivers, you could come into the pits, get a drink, get something to eat, repair the car, take fuel, whatever it is that you want to do in the pits now, because then it spaces you apart from the drivers in front of you. You could get the pits done and then go out and make up that time instead of getting stuck behind them. So there's a lot of different race strategies that these teams will have to take into consideration in situations like that. So you need to be very flexible as a team, because those things are going to happen throughout the day. I mean, we still have 9 hours and 40 minutes of racing left. There's going to be tons of times that those situations arise. So as drivers, as some of these guys have co-drivers, and as crew chiefs and team members, all of that information will come into fruition and be something that could win or lose a race. Another thing that we should talk about is communication. Communication is key in these types of races. These drivers and these cars usually have some sort of intercom system, whether it be PCI or rugged radios or something else, inside these vehicles, so that they can communicate with the pits or with a driver in the passenger seat to be able to tell them what's going on, to ask questions, to be able to notify each other if there's a battle for the lead or somebody in front of them or time splits, all these different things that give them information. Like just right here, just like what we were talking about, it looks like a couple of those drivers opted to go into the pits. A couple of them did not. A couple stayed out. So that's going to benefit or not benefit them, depending on what type of decision that they made. So we have 3 different races that are happening at the 12-hour side-by-side race presented by Can-Am out here in St. Joe, Texas today. Like I said, we are in northern Texas. The drivers get to pick whether they want to race for 3 hours, 6 hours, or 12 hours today. 12 hours obviously being the big dog class. And, man, 12 hours is just a long time in a side-by-side. But there are a few that just want to race a little bit less. They want to enjoy the track, and then they want to have a little bit of fun, maybe support some of their friends and other drivers. Some of the guys actually signed up for all 3 classes, wanting to do well in all 3 events. So pretty cool to see that there's options for all these drivers and for all these teams to be able to get out there and do it. Myself, I would probably opt for the 3-hour, just so I could get out of the car and not have to stay in as long. But, man, 3 hours behind a side-by-side is still a long time, or behind the wheel of a side-by-side is still a long time. All right, so you're looking at your Racing Tracks screen right there. You guys can also follow Racing Tracks at home, so you can get a little bit of more in-depth view. Go to racingtracks.com, just like it says at the top of the screen there. You click on that menu button on the left. You can go through and filter. You can pick your favorite driver, their number, and look through the list and follow them around the course, see what position they're in, all that great stuff. Thank you to David Clay and Outlaw Series for working together to give us this fantastic data. We love to see the good data, man. All right, let's go through the top 10 here. Actually, let's go through the top 20. We got plenty of time. We got 9 hours and 36 minutes still. So we got number 81, Ryan Tewksbury out front. Let's see who is with Tewksbury. So Tewksbury has Cody Martin and Jay Shaw helping him out, driving the car. Not sure who's actually in the driver's seat right now. Everybody's spacing out a little bit. Not too much happening in the pits just yet. Got a little bit of action. Got a driver come back out on course. I'm still intrigued by what the reason is that they have these lights on. If the fog is that bad, or maybe it settles in the trees. Maybe that's what it is, and they can see a little bit better going through here. Usually, in desert racing, in dust or fog or anything, you do not use the bright lights like that. You use some sort of amber light and have it be more focused. Something like that there. Like that would be a good fog light right there. As you can see, it's a desert car as well, number 527. That would be the reason why he has that set up is because he's used to racing desert like that. Let's see if we can find out who that is here. All right, so number 527 is Vince Broker. Vince Broker is going to try to Ironman that bad boy in his desert car as well. We talked a little bit about the difference in vehicles. Like to mention maybe a little bit more intricate portion of that situation. So you have, is this Thomas? No. Yeah, it's 492. That's Thomas. Twin Peaks on the side of his car. So Thomas was leading early. Now he comes back to 5th place. But back to what I was saying is the way the vehicle handles. So you have a big desert car like what we just saw go out. I think it was I just forgot, but was it Broker? But anyways, it is difficult for those vehicles to move around quickly in some of those really quick corners, some of the chicanes, that type of stuff, because the vehicles are just bigger. They weigh more. They're longer. They have longer wheelbase, wheel travel. So they turn slower, all kinds of different stuff. But you also have advantages, right? Because it's a little bit smoother ride. It's a little bit easier to drive as far as suspension goes because of the length of the vehicle. A lot of those guys have higher capacity fuel cells, bigger fuel tanks so that they can last longer. So maybe they just come through. They don't even have to stop in the pits. Maybe they are only going to fill up once or twice during the race. They just get visuals and they keep going. Some of those cars are built a little bit stronger. They met way more. So a lot of different stuff happens. It feels different in the steering wheel as well. It feels different in the driver's seat. So some will get tired more. Easier. Alexander Knoll. We're going to call him the Iron Man, dude. Just passing by, going into the pits. His crew is going to look it over. Make sure he gets back out there. His strategy is to Ironman this thing. He wants to get that car across the finish line. And then so talking about the vehicles, going back to, a big desert car like that. The Adverse is a small car. Like, let's just say an RX-1, or we'll compare it to a Can-Am X3. Those are very lightweight cars, very agile. If they build them that way. A little bit easier to drive, a little bit easier on your hands or your steering wheel. There's less fatigue. But the issues is that it's not quite as smooth. You might not be as high off the ground. You might put a little bit more pressure on some of the joints. That's not maybe it's not necessarily built quite as strong. So it's a fine balance between your driving capabilities, your driving style, and the vehicle that you choose to drive. And a lot of these guys are driving other people's cars this weekend. How does that take into effect? They don't want to beat up their buddy's car, or they do. They want to go out there and just tear it up like it's a rental car. So there's a lot of different team strategies. A lot of these teams had meetings yesterday to be able to prepare for the race, plan it out as good as possible, but still make sure that they understand that they have to be flexible. You can see that bottom right of your screen has been a congested area, and I think it's going to stay congested for a long, most of the portions of today. Alexander Knoll getting back out on course. Let's go, Iron Man. All right, so like I said before, thank you guys very much for watching the 12-hour side-by-side race presented by Can-Am out here at Rednecks and Paychecks. Presented by the Outlaw Series. Really appreciate it. If you're watching on Facebook and YouTube, feel free to comment in. We will probably be checking comments and notes throughout the day as we see fit. But we really appreciate you guys watching. Let us know who your favorite drivers are. Keeping track on everybody that's out there in your family, your friends. Dude, maybe even. There you go. Number 81. So that's Tewksbury. That's your leader right there getting back out on course. We are 2 hours and 30 minutes into the 12-hour side-by-side race. Plenty of action still left to go. But it looks like Tewksbury has a little bit of a lead on Hess now because they were pretty close in the previous laps. So that 762 in the Arctic Cat that just left the pits is that fantastic veteran story that we were talking about. As you two guys just battling to get back out on track. Some of the communication happening there. So that fantastic story. Justin Moore and Kyle Beto. There's Cody Miller and Cody Taylor getting back out on course. Also, all the leaders are starting to come through. That is your fourth place car. Yeah. The number 80 car was actually showing as 22 on your screen. That is the number 80 car. The drone shot's getting a little bit better as some of this fog dies off out here in Texas. Let's get back to talking about that story of the 762 Arctic Cat or Textron vehicle that went out on course. We mentioned it a little bit earlier, but some of you guys are just waking up in on the West Coast. Right, the whole strip on the left side is gone. We have Justin Moore and Kyle Beto are sharing driving duties in that Arctic Cat. As you see, Sean Hess in second spot there in that Honda Talon. He's coming through. But Justin Moore and Kyle Beto, both veterans in the armed services. Very cool to see those guys out here. We had a little bit of an interview with them yesterday talking about the way that they deal with adversity, the things that they think, their mentality. Very, very strong individuals mentally. They've been through some very, very hectic and gnarly situations in their life, but now they're out here racing side-by-sides, getting some of that adrenaline fix that they were used to. It's not the same as being out there protecting our wonderful country, but it's really cool to see them being able to get some really, really good life back into their, or really good experiences back into their life. It's very cool to see that they're able to do that because they couldn't before side-by-side racing. They have limited capabilities with their bodies, but they configure the UTV or the vehicle to be able to adapt to those limited abilities, being able to still get out there and shred. And they're cutting some pretty fast laps, man. It's really, really cool to see. So good to those guys, man. Justin Moore and Kyle Beto, you guys are not only heroes for what you've done, but you're my hero because of being out there and still living as much life as possible, man. So cool. Almost makes you tear up just thinking about it, but thank you guys for being such an inspiration and motivation to all of us. All right, the Hess Motorsports time clock is showing you guys that we are 2 hours, 34 minutes into this 12-hour side-by-side race. I still think it's crazy, man, that all of these different vehicles that are out here, RS1s, Can-Ams, so many different configurations, and all these guys do different builds with them as well. It's super cool to see. You guys ever get the chance to come out here and hang out? Just walk around the pits and talk with these people about their rigs. If you're new to side-by-sides or if you want to come out here and race, perfect environment. They have sportsman classes, beginner-level classes. They even have people that will teach you how to drive, like Travis Pointer, who was out here racing but still helping with some of his clients, being able to give them pointers. No pun intended. 5-time champion, sharing as much knowledge as possible. Oh, sounds like we got maybe a crash or something that just happened out here in front of us. Just in front of that finish line there. It's probably right off to the left of your screen here. Not sure if we can get a drone in the sky to go check that out. It looks like the drone has a picture of that crash right here on camera 5. So we will see if we can get that to you guys. Yeah, it looks like we got driver. Yeah, a driver. That's where we are at the Outlaw Series or Outlaw Productions trailer there. A driver lost, looks like a front wheel, and ended up coming in. Oh, and I don't know if he flipped over or if he just kind of parked it sideways right there. But we were able to hear that. The safety crew will see if they can get that thing lifted up in the front and back into the pits. Looks like one of the Pro Rs, so they're going to have to get that thing fixed up. He lucked out, though, because he's right next to the pits. So if they can get that thing righted or put a strap on it or get it towed back in, he can get that thing fixed up and back out on track quickly. There's a very good shot of Byron Maui coming back in. They got that thing fixed up, and he's out there on course. And that's where you see everybody coming back out on the course and getting, well, basically off into the fog, off into the trees. But that is towards the bottom portion of your screen there. Honda Talon crossing the finish line. Getting ready to go through the pits, get a visual, have everybody check them out. So that driver's got the pit speed entrance on point, man. Just comes in, slams the brakes, getting ready for that 15-mile-an-hour zone.
Yeah, right at the chain.
Doing it just like Ken Blockwood.
All right, drone, we're following you out.
All right, so this is what the drivers, well, they won't be able to see this, but this is a very similar view of what the drivers will be able to understand when they're getting back out on course. Looks like we have a guy getting ready to do the pits there at the end of the pits. Let's see if we can have the drone stay over there by the end of pit road where those guys are getting ready to do a fuel change or a fuel stop.
Drone, we're off you here in about 3 seconds. Once you go back to pit road,
There we go.
can,
We get these guys.
see somebody doing a fuel stop or something.
Yeah, it looks like these guys are getting ready to do a fuel stop right here. So one of the cool things about this, as we see these guys, it looks like there's a driver that's getting ready to get back. Here we go, get some more repairs for this Yamaha YXZ. But in that previous shot, you saw one of the drivers already ready in his outfit with his helmet on and getting ready to get back in the car. Looks like that pit stop may be happening right now. Yep, on camera 2 there. So let's check out that pit stop. There we go. So I don't know if they're going to do yet, but it looks like they are going to do a driver change. So we're going to see a driver change, and we're going to see a quick fuel. So they're only looking like probably filling maybe 5 gallons or so, 4 gallons. But they are doing a driver change. Some of these drivers, bigger, shorter, use a different seat pad. Yep, looks like he switched out a seat pad or put an extra pad in there. The driver that gets out usually helps the new driver or other driver to get situated and seated back in the car, get his harnesses strapped, get his radio communications plugged in. If they have race air, they get that race air back on. Oh, it looks like they're not doing a quick fuel. They're just using a quick fuel can. But this is teamwork. Looks like these guys have what we'd like to call in desert racing like a skeleton crew. They just have a couple helpers, and they're out there to finish the race, man. Super cool. Yep, there you go. To get the whole family helping. Making sure it's topped off all the way. Oh, getting their social media content right there. Good job. Making sure that they can share it with all their friends. Oh, needed more fuel. Wow, okay, so there we go. So one thing that we definitely do have to say about this is everybody keeps it safe. Like, that's good. That's good that they were able to understand that they were overfilling it. All the help in the world right there. Tighten it up. He's checking over the tires, making sure the radius rods and everything in the back of that car is solid. The previous driver that was in that vehicle, making sure that his new driver is all set up, still checking over the car. And he knew what was happening with the vehicle because he could feel it before he was coming in. So he knows if anything was wrong. Looks like he's just kind of double checking his work, making sure that everything is okay. There we go. Now they're getting back out on course. What a great experience to be able to understand that what these teams go through. That looked like a small family team. Different than this. So we got a big team over here with G3 Motorsports. All right, we got some change-ups in the lead. We still have Ryan Tewksbury out front. Hunter Miller is now in second place. Looks like Sean Hess has dropped down to fourth. And Cody Miller, man, they are always glued to each other on the track, man. So crazy. All right, so pit road has been cleared out a little bit. You see a lot of these guys kind of going back, getting everything ready again. So getting all the tools back in line, making sure everything is back in the position that it needs to be in, just in case on next lap. They are all ready to go. There we go. Looks like the leader is coming in now. So that is Ryan Tewksbury, your overall leader with Texas 12-hour side-by-side race. Looks like now number 90, Hunter Miller, is coming in. So the Miller brothers actually making up quite a bit of time because they were not this close last lap. I wonder if this is part of their race strategy, was to push in the first quarter of the race around the 2 hour mark, 2.5 hour mark.
When we have incoming, that helps me. And really just as soon. Okay, get that. I want to get that for a second.
So the top 3 right now, factory Can-Am cars,
Okay,
Tewksbury,
slowly, you're live.
Hunter Miller, and Cody Miller.
Here we go.
There we go with the 762. This is the story that we want to keep following today. Desert car that we were talking about.
Oh, nice. Shoot, I wish I
Justin Moore
Nice. We'll do that one again next time.
and Kyle Beto bringing it back into the pits. Boys, you're doing a fantastic job. Hey, just speed it up a little bit and hang on with the Miller boys. Not too far off.
As soon as he comes into your frame, I'm coming to you. There we go. 3, you're up.
You guys should definitely check out their social media, Justin Moore and Kyle Beto. So we are getting pretty close. There you go. Back out on course, your leader, Ryan Tewksbury. We are about 14 minutes from the finish of our first race, which is the 3-hour finish.
3, you're up. Oh, the drone had a good shot, too. Wasn't enough.
There they go. Back out on course.
All right. Drone, you're up. So if you move anywhere, just go slow.
Man, we really wish this fog was lifting. Sorry, guys. Mother Nature is just not on our side. But you can still see a lot of the pits. What I was talking about before about the pits and the way that they line everything up is you'll see a lot of these guys, they put the back of the trailer towards the pits so that they have access to all their parts and everything that's going on. Some of these guys have chase trucks. Some of these guys have rolling toolboxes, all kinds of cool setups to be able to service these vehicles quickly.
3, you're clear to move. Whoa. Yeah. Camera 3, whenever I tell you you're clear, you can just jerk it all the way back to the first position. Camera 3 is on the bus. That's all right. Camera 2 is stationary in the pit. We got 3 coming out of the pit. Camera 3, you're up.
There we go. 3 coming out of the pit. Looks like there was a pass made in the pits, actually. Byron Maui just let that acquiesce, let the other car by.
All right, camera 3, hold that. Coming to the drone.
Great
And
shot of the logo for Rednecks Paychecks. Off-road park out here in St. Joe, Texas. Just very north in Texas, actually. Real close to Oklahoma. North of Dallas.
Hess is going to be coming out of the pit in a minute if you want to say something.
So it looks like our 4th place driver, Jason Hess, came into the pits. I'm not sure if he made a pit stop or anything, but he's going to be coming out of the pits here in just a little bit. So still within contention with those 3 Can-Am turbo cars. Very impressive. I'm not sure if Cross Kirchmeier is out there or if it's Jason Hess that's out there.
First position. And when I say first position, that's it right there. Okay, just hold. Right
But very impressive with the Hess Motorsports crew. And thank you very much to the Hess Motorsports team and company
back to you, camera 3.
for helping out with the live feed.
Nice. Drone, you're back up. That's all right. Hold tight. 1 second. All right, drone, you're clear. Drone, you're clear. Yeah, you're clear.
All right. We are 11 minutes away from the finish of the 3-hour open race.
Far away.
Looks like here we go, Sean Hess
I got a car coming
just exiting the pits. That's your 4th place driver right there, Sean Hess. So still in, well, easily in a contention.
I got another car coming out.
He's only a minute or so off of the leaders there.
Clear to move. Coming back to camera 3.
Can-Am flexing their muscle out here at the 12-hour side-by-side race presented by Can-Am. Owning the top 3 spots with Ryan Tewksbury, Hunter Miller, and Cody Miller, with Jason Hess in 4th place.
I think he's pitting, yeah. I can't see me without my frame. There he goes. I think he's pitting. Okay, camera 3, hold tight just a second because we got nothing else going on, so we're going to show the logo. Okay, hold it. Oh, okay. Tell me, yeah, wait for it. Clear to move.
All right, we got the Motul car coming into the pits now. That car is always looking fresh, man. Those guys have such a tight-knit program over there.
3, I'm still on you. Just yell. Stay right there. I wish you could.
Plus, I got my Motul hat on today.
There's also a car about to come out, I think. Yeah,
Appreciate all the guys over at Motul for supporting the series, supporting these drivers.
there he is. And now follow the guy out. Just keep going. Just keep going. Keep going.
There we go. Getting back out on course, man. It's like the excitement level, right? Like when you come into the pits, like, oh, I got to take a deep breath and kind of slow things down. You get a time to rest, get to go through, shake it off, maybe shake your hands out a little bit, do some stretches, take some deep breaths. And then as you get out of the pits, time to get back to work, man. Floor the throttle. Get out there.
Okay, 3, you're up. Stay on the line. We got that here. I'm going to go from that's actually kind of cool. I want to go to you just while you're setting up, just live flying around. Camera 3, go ahead and set up for incoming.
Some great views there of the entrance to pit road on this facility. Hundreds and hundreds of people out here.
Camera 3, we're ready. You're at 1.
Looking over that mud bog.
Give me a little heads up. We're still on the ground.
This is the entrance back, coming back on the course. Really hope some of this fog lifts as the time passes today. Oh, driver getting loose coming in. That Honda Talon, American flag looking Honda Talon.
Back to the drone. Ah, good shot, drone. I had him coming and going.
There we go. So now we got a pit stop going into G3.
Okay,
As we watch it,
3 move.
as we watch the driver exit, we can actually probably get some of this pit stop if the drone wants to look at that pit stop for G3. Oh, we got another driver in his RS1 coming in.
Hold the entrance. Yeah. Let him go through your frame.
One of the safety crew guys just following him in.
Okay, I'm going to the drone because we got all 3 of them in the shot. There we go.
There you go. Now you got all 3 of them in the shot. Safety crew going to talk with one of the people there. Working on that Honda Talon. Those guys at G3 Motorsports have been busy today.
Still on the drone. I'm going to come to 3 as soon as the car comes in frame.
The driver in the bottom portion of your screen opted with the yellow flag. Maybe that's a good visual for people that are out there on course. We have 7 minutes until the 3-hour
Camera 3, you're up.
portion of the race is over.
Bottleneck right there at the deal. Oh, yeah, got another phone, yeah. Okay, I'm on the.
All right, so
Yes, sorry, camera 3, you had it and I missed it. That's all right. Oh, nice catch. Drone, I'm coming back to you. Follow the guy getting towed.
we have car number 222 of John Colagero,
Give me some coverage.
Jacob Frederick, and Tim Farr. Tim Farr just got into that vehicle in car number 222. What I think their strategy is probably to see if they can get that car further up. Tim Farr is a very experienced side-by-side racer, champion, and, man, he has so much knowledge behind the wheel. As you can see, some of the support crews here, you can see Maxxis Racing brings out everything. They got their side-by-side over there. It looks like somebody's actually getting some tires worked on. They're going to probably put it on one of their cars. So they're planning as they lap, and there's more pit crews stuff coming up. So it looks like they're getting ready to get in the car. But back to Tim Farr. Tim Farr is a very, very experienced driver. So maybe their strategy is to kind of take it easy on the beginning and then just wick it up and have him come make up some time. We'll have to see how that car number 222 works up through the field.
Yeah, camera 3, just keep it, even if it's fog and there's nobody there, keep it on there until I say clear. Maybe I did, I don't know. Sometimes I'm talking, I'm not listening to myself. Drone, that's a good shot.
One of the G3 cars, looks like number 888, Greg Rice.
Okay.
Unfortunate.
Camera 3, we're coming to you.
He may be out, but they're going to try to get that car fixed up. All right, Alexander Knoll, Ironman, he's trying to get back out there. He's got two bigger side-by-sides. Look like both Can-Ams breathing down his neck, so he's going to have to really give it the beans to stay out in front of those guys. Both safety vehicles that are we're watching right now get back out on course. Going to probably go rescue a vehicle that's out on course. One of the things that is interesting about this race that we had talked about at the drivers' meeting yesterday is there's limited ability or not enough ability for the many safety crew members to be able to go rescue everybody. So if you have a problem out on course, you're able to go out there and assist your driver if you are accompanied by one of the safety members, or safety crew. So you can follow the safety crew out there, and then you can tow the vehicle back just as long as you're safe. And then, or do repairs out on course as well. Really cool that you can do that. Very similar to the way that desert racing is set up. As long as you're safe, you avoid other traffic, you do not go backwards on race course, and you pay attention to the different things that are going on around you.
Okay, once he's out of frame, I'm coming back to the drone.
I really appreciate the Outlaw Productions TV crew for giving us all this great footage. Everybody is stepping up their game as this live feed rolls on today.
Okay, back at 3. Back on 3.
Lots of awesome camera angles.
Shot. Okay, coming to the drone. Okay, drone, we're on you. All right. Drone, you're headed toward the exit, right? Yeah, you're headed toward the exit, right? Okay. Yeah.
What's the link? Or
Keep that shot, drone.
Is it on Outlaw Production
Okay.
YouTube and Facebook?
I'm on the drone right now. That's a good shot, 3, but I had a good shot on the drone too. We got 2 more coming out. Yeah, 2 more coming out, so I'm gonna come to 3 for these 2 because the drone will be
50
ready.
views on YouTube, about 100 on
Here we go.
Facebook, and something else.
Follow. All right, 3, hold your shot, coming to drone, and right about now, back on the drone, 3, you're clear to move.
All right, so I just got the opportunity to get through some of the comments that you guys have been leaving on YouTube. We're going to check Facebook in just a little bit here. So thank you, Kelly Fullman. We are missing some of the racers, so thank you very much for letting us know. Reese Fullman is number 137, so appreciate that. Steve Muller, the leaderboard on the live feed doesn't match the racing tracks. Yeah, it's a little bit difficult for the leaderboard on the live feed to match up because of the way that timing and scoring works. Unfortunately, we can't get the information updated as quickly as Racing Tracks does because of the automated system that Racing Tracks has. So great that you noticed that, man. That means you're paying attention. So thank you very much, Steve. We're going to try to keep as much of it or updated as quickly as possible.
I've got that on camera too.
Carolyn Bosley, let's go Thomas Martell
Yeah, may come to you. Okay, I'm on camera 3.
from Twin Peaks. Yeah. Thomas and Martell were doing good. I think they faded down to like 5th now, but they're still out there shredding, man. Francine Harrison. We love Brian Stone Racing.
Yes, you're clear.
So please keep commenting in and letting us know all your favorite drivers and giving us the info, man. We really appreciate you guys doing all this stuff. Cameron Dickey. Sean Hess. Oh, did I say Jason Hess? I'm sorry.
Camera 3, hold that shot.
And
Ready for the end of the 3 hour.
Carolyn Bosley. Okay, it looks like we got just under a minute before we're getting end of the 3-hour race.
Coming to the drone. Drone, you're out.
Carolyn Bosley, yeah, unfortunately, we don't know who is actually in the race cars. Again, the way that timing and scoring works, we don't get that information in the production booth. So I'm sorry, we can't know who's in the race car at the moment, but I will try to do my best and at least let you guys know who is racing on what team as much as I possibly can.
Rice was in fourth, but he just
I'm gonna come to you since you break up this shot.
last lap.
All right, 45 seconds till the time ends for the 3-hour open race. And as those drivers cross the finish line, they will be announced. Lay is in first, number 44. Number 614, filled in. Number 53X, Celadon. Number 137, Fullman. And Greg Rice, unfortunately, out right before the end of the 3-hour race. Hopefully they can get that vehicle fixed to be able to get him to complete the 6-hour or 12-hour race. There you go. Pass coming right into the pits.
Is he waving the checkered flag or is he just standing there with it?
He's gonna wait.
Okay.
So
It's the end of the 3-hour.
yeah, but they have to finish the lap. So
Right.
they're probably out there on the track.
3, I'm coming to you. 3, you're up.
All right, there goes Thomas.
Drone, I'm coming to you right about
This time at the
now.
3-hour
Drone,
flag.
you're up. 3, you're clear to move.
And we're just waiting for those guys to come in and finish up.
If this guy getting out to take a whiz, we'll get him. That'd be great.
Please watch the finish line. The finish is up.
Yeah.
All right. So the 3-hour race has now just ended. We are going to see when the first place driver, number 44, Len, crosses through.
Yeah.
So the time clock has expired for the 3-hour race.
Kind of zoom out a little bit if you can. Get a little bit wider shot. Drone, yeah, you stay on that and then follow the leader in.
Is that it?
No. He's not waving the flag, so I'm going to say that's
She
it.
doesn't really wave.
No, he's just standing there holding it. So I think we got a little more time. Everybody hold your shot. I'm on. Okay, 5, you're up. We're on the drone. We're on the drone. 3, we're on 3, following 3. 3, follow the car. We're gonna go back to the drone when 3's car goes out of frame. And right about, we're gonna go to 2. We got another car coming out. We got a car coming out. Yeah, 3 set up on the exit. Exit. Yeah. There we go. Back to you. And going back to the drone. Now, 3, you're clear to move. Incoming. We've got it on the drone, so that's good. Good job, 3. You got my shit quick. I didn't think you'd be back that fast right now.
So again, this is not the end of the race. This is just the end of the 3-hour race here at the 12-hour side-by-side race presented by Can-Am out here in St. Joe, Texas, as Rednecks by Paychecks. Rednecks and Paychecks.
Okay, 3, you're still up. Don't move. Okay, I'm on the drone now. 3, you're clear to move. Oh, yeah, it was a good shot. I didn't see that coming.
So we have 5 drivers that are completing their races right now in the 3-hour race.
Coming to 3.
These guys did not elect to do the entire 12 hours. You see your leader getting back out on course.
The drone now. Drone, you're up. Okay, we're on camera 2 in the pits. We got somebody coming out. 3, be ready for your incoming. I'm going to come to you. I got you. 3, you're up.
Sean Hess coming back into the pits. It's your 4th place car. Oh, so that must have not have been the leader. I must have mistaken that.
Good work, camera 3. Coming to the drone.
Now we get that 3-hour mark.
Now, 3, you're
All right, so now that we have entered the 3-hour
coming. I got him on the
finishing portion of the race,
3, you're good, brother. No.
we would like to give you guys the promo code, as we just saw Hess Motorsports, Sean Hess cruise by.
Completely out of frame because I got nothing else going on. Okay, I got
You guys can visit HessMotorsports.com and use the promo code 12-hour live to save 10% at their website. So it's 12HRLIVE as the promo code on the Hess Motorsports website. So please go support them as they support the live feed and the series. Go buy your parts. They will ship it quickly once they get back from the race. But you will save 10% by using that code. Again, it is 12HRLIVE, 12-hour live. There you go. At the bottom of the screen, 10% off.
I want you to get that frame of just the finish line and the flagger and hold it as everybody drives through it. The drone's going to follow the leaders into the pit.
The 3-hour race coming to an end. Number 44, Len, first place. Number 614 in second is filled in.
Okay.
Number 53X in third, Celadon. Fourth, 137, Fullman. And number 888 in fifth place, Greg Rice.
Yeah, 3 go to the exit. Coming to 3. You're right.
All right, so we are going to go through some of the Facebook comments now, too. So thank you guys very much for joining us. Let me see. Plymouth County Power Sports, number 24. They are in 13th right now. Dave is driving. They are going to change drivers about every 2 hours. I think that's a pretty common driver change, 2 to 3 hours. I think it's really good to keep those guys fresh, too. Frank Payer. Let's go, Dave Navratsky, number 24. Dude, Dave Navratsky is a big fan favorite, man. Singleton Bunch. Blake is an awesome guy. He definitely is. Blake's whole family is a fantastic family. Lisa McNeil. Let's go, Tyler Coletti. Tyler Coletti, you got some fans, man. Trip Pullen, yeah. Donna Sheehan. Stokeham. Let's see here. We're cheering on the number 419 and 47. Tim Stokeham, go Massachusetts. Or Tim Slocum, I'm sorry. Or 47 getting back out on course.
Oh, okay, so he's just home. Okay.
Watching the 4. Yeah, Heather Jean is watching Tim Slocum, too, from Massachusetts. Michael Branding, how many miles have been completed? I'm not sure how many miles. It's a 9-mile track, and they are just over 3 hours into the race now. They've done a lot of laps so far. Plymouth County Power Sports, Tyler is driving now. So thank you guys all very much for commenting in. Please comment in as much as possible.
Got that shot on the drone. Go ahead and give me your first position. There you go. Just hold that till you hear somebody. But give me that countdown. That countdown's excellent. Perfect. See, that really helps me hit the timing perfect. On 3, still on 3. 3, follow as far as you can. I got nobody coming out. So we're going to go back to the GPS. 3, you're clear. Everybody's clear.
All right, so we are looking at racingtracks.com right here. You guys can see all your favorite drivers. We had some people commenting in on the feeds on Facebook and YouTube, wondering where their drivers were and how they were doing. So this is something, a resource that you can use to be able to see where everybody's at.
Yeah, I think he's limping. Yeah, 5, I'm on you for a minute. 3, you're clear. I got nobody coming out. Is that 3? Okay, I'll come to you. With your countdown.
Man, some of these drivers are cooking it into the pits. Crazy to see.
Okay, drone, you're out.
Timing it just perfectly, but right in front of the official. I was told that they have speed guns or radar guns to be able to monitor these guys' speed going through the pits. And with racingtracks.com, you can also know the speed by GPS. Man, some of these guys giving it the beans coming into the pits, man. Yeah, look there. Filming and probably doing a radar gun, too. Seeing how fast these guys are coming in. So you see the line right there, the little indentation in the dirt. That's where the timing loop is. So you'll be able to know on the exit and the entrance right there how long it took you to get through the pits. If it took you less than 90 seconds, you're going to get penalized because that means you were going over 15 miles an hour.
Nice. 2 wheels. Coming to the drone right now. Okay, drone, follow the exit.
Nice mellow entrance coming into the pits.
3, you're still up. 3, you're still up. Drone, find me a shot. 3, you're still up. Hold your shot. You're still up. Okay, back on drone. 3, you're clear. Hold on or something. Okay, yeah, somebody coming out. I'm gonna go to 3 here in a second. Hold on or something. Cody, pass on. That's fine.
All right, so we got some updates.
If you just need to hold a shot.
And then, oh, man, his wrap's coming off. We got some updates for the 12-hour pro race. Ryan Tewksbury is still out front. 22X Cody Miller has now passed number 90, Hunter Miller. And Sean Hess still holding strong in fourth. 2G2, Colaguru. 50-12 Stone, 77 Jung, 47 Bethke, 991 Broker, 492 Thomas, 18 Haugen, 419 Slocum, 911 is Deutsch, 24 is Navratsky, fan favorite, 08 Holdifer, 979 Laterno, 71 Jung, 311 is Robbins, number 10 is Donald, and number 735 is Byarski.
I wish I could just capture that frame and hold it as if it was live.
Drivers just or driver and pit crew kind of conversing, letting each other know.
Okay, 3, you're up. There's another one behind him too. So do a slow pan back if you're gonna be live, okay? You got time. Okay, start panning back.
All right, we're going to give you guys, as the 3-hour race just completed, we are going to give you guys a little bit of a behind-the-scenes raw footage of the poker run that happened yesterday. Sunny skies out. It was a really good day. Everybody got to check out the track. So enjoy some of this raw footage, and we will be back to racing in just a few.
Thanks for hanging out with us and joining us here at Rednecks with Paychecks Park for the most extreme endurance race ever, the 12-hour side-by-side race. It's going to be fun. We're getting ready to go out on a poker run. We get to go out and see the entire course, gather a few, playing cards while you're out there on the course. Come back, whoever's got the best hand's going to win a killer set of tires. So yeah, we're just about ready to start. It's going to be crazy, man. Welcome to Rednecks with Paychecks Park in the 12-hour endurance race.
My boy Hamill.
Hey, what's up, big dog?
Hey,
Blake. How's it going?
Blake is the guy that does all the tech inspections and everything. So how did it
I did the same exact thing. This ain't new, baby. You ever heard of Rednecks Paychecks? That's where we're at right now. You got dirty intentions bus over there. Right home here. We got trucks, shit on 32s, cars jacked up. We got tall suspension. We're ready to go this weekend.
Dude, sounds good. Are you guys going to do the poker run? We're all getting ready to go out and do the poker run.
Going
Check out
to
the
poker
track.
run right now. Following Brian. It's going to be awesome. It's going to be awesome. Absolutely ready. All right, boy. You got it, man. You guys follow around the poker run. Timpkin in the house.
That's right, a little Ultimax here at the 12-hour race. Wouldn't miss it.
Okay. Yeah, I guess you do need to get in.
I'm off-road. Is that teaser for 2023?
I don't know. Ask that guy.
Container with registration is.
He said, is this a teaser for 2023?
Yeah. Okay.
So what are we about to do?
About to hit that annual poker run, buddy.
All right, looks like the weather's holding up.
Yeah, so far
See
so
if,
good. We're gonna go take these guys on 9 miles of hell.
Oh yeah, let's go.
Hey, you got 6 tires, dog. You didn't learn to count.
That's what I'm saying. I got
He needs to put that on his new vlog that he has 6 tires, not 4 tires. Cody, show us the clap. Show us the clap. Show the camera the clap real quick.
I gotta do the clap.
Yes, sir. There's the clap. Let's go.
The old Cody clap.
Everybody's going to be
Weather's communicating.
Door.
Hey, yo.
On the door. It's
First impressions.
Yeah.
This is it's super tight. I don't know how we're gonna make it through the trails. Roger.
The track, I think we're gonna have a lot of elevation change, a lot of terrain changes, and I think strategy is gonna be huge and having a dialed racecraft.
So, not knowing how woods racing really works, though, like going through that section, I saw enough room for at least 2 cars. Does that mean there's passing opportunities, or do you usually wait in those sections?
The best thing you can do is wait. If somebody pulls over to let you around, then that's great. But if you try and push the issue and make a pass in there, you're most likely going to end up either pushing that person into the trees or going into the trees yourself. And this race is 12 hours long, so the best thing to do is just be patient. You know, the best strategy always wins out here. It's not necessarily the most speed and the most talented driver. It's always the best strategy, and the person who keeps their car rolling the whole time. You know, break one part and it costs you 20 minutes to fix it. That's
Yeah, that's
you're going to
massive.
be down
So
a lap.
It's
And-
not checkers or wreckers.
Yeah, no. So
Yeah.
the best thing you can do is be patient, run a big siren like what we do, And
like a big truck horn?
Yeah, no, I'll have a siren running the whole
Police
time.
horn. But this is plenty wide right here. I mean, you can make passes for sure.
Yeah, well, these areas, with the stuff that we just went through. Oh, man,
that one sandy section coming up that hill.
All right.
There you go. Did you moisturize next time? I'll try. That's probably what it was. Yeah. Buttercream.
You take a card, or is this your first card?
No, this will be our second
So
one.
when they signed up, they get to draw their first card. And then once we get to stop 1, they get to draw their second card.
Gold card, too.
And so forth and so forth until...
Oh, look at you.
And when we get back to the finish line, we check on everybody's hand to see who has the best hand.
Dude, good luck. You guys are off to a good start, right? Thank you. And you got food, luckily.
Rednecks Paychecks is where we're at. Munster, Texas. St. Joe, Texas.
Really cool to come through here, this tight section. I feel like this is going to be super fun during the race, too.
Good.
Wait until I can get a run.
They were stuck down in there.
Where'd the 4-seater go?
Alright, what's going on?
Go.
Looks a little gnarly out here. Let's find out.
That's how you do it? Put the extra weight in the back?
Yeah.
That looks super cool. Really hilarious. There we go. A bit of power. So this thing's going to get really nice. Oh, off the line. What do you think, Hunter?
I'm scared.
Woo!
Yeah. This is the stuff that like I grew up like backwoods, like we were hitting it wide open on a pitter.
Option line or going straight?
I'll probably just close my eyes and press the gas.
Well, he's got 6 wheels though. He's got a. He's got 6 wheels though. Isn't that unfair?
Just 4 tires to change. They go flat.
What do you think? Are you taking the option line or the main line? Main line. Main line. Let's see what this whole crew is going to do. Howdy. What's up, guys? Okay, so you got all kinds of treats and stuff in here just in case something happens. Are you gonna
some crackers?
Are you gonna go for the option line or the main line?
I'm not sure. I didn't see it yet. Crackers?
Oh, awesome. Thank you.
You want 2? All right.
We'll share.
Okay.
That's my boy. Hey.
We're not a convenience store like them. We have no snacks.
So big old train going down here. What do you think? Option line or main line?
I say we just press the gas all the way down.
See how these big old tires do?
That's what we're running.
Get some traction.
This is our rig for tomorrow.
See, you think, really? Hell yeah. That's gonna be sweet.
Just got like a movie playing.
Yeah.
And then, like,
You gonna take the option line or the main line?
I don't know. We haven't got that far yet, but I'm thinking the
Just
main
have to see
line.
how it goes when you get down there.
I'm thinking the main line.
Have fun.
Thank you.
That option line seems like it's good. good time or what? What's happening? You guys having a good time?
Yes, sir.
Are you guys going to go for the option line or the main line?
Hey, doing Tim Otto with Kids Tooth Team Racing from Buda, Texas, just south of Austin, and I'm going to be doing this all by myself. Got my wife and my 3-month-old son in the RV, so they're not going to be much help, but they're going to be helpful cheering me on. So, looking forward to a wild ride tomorrow.
Tell him just to back down and pull me straight up. Just back down and pull me up. I got about 10 foot of winch out. He's gonna back down and just pull us up. Hey, they're bringing the recovery rope. Just hang on.
They just fucking trimming trees, bro.
Yeah, someone gets stuck in bottlenecks back there. Yeah, right through, dude. They're mobbing. Which is hard to see lines like that, really, but them guys are good at it, you know. Kyle Chaney, he's another bad boy at that shit. He flies in the woods.
You ever did woods racing before?
I did GNCC for
nice.
2 of them.
Nice.
I grew up racing in the woods on my dirt bike, so I'm used to racing, but not in these things. These things is all new to me.
Hey, what's up? Oh, what's up, man? Oh, no! What's up, man? I'll see you in a minute.
I'd rather have one built around me though. So the deal is they take those motors in and out.
You got one, you got them all.
But when they
Hey, Brian Stone Racing, 5012. We brought 2 cars out this year. We got a good finish last year, but we're a little more prepared this year. We got our Hammers car as our lead car and our 64-inch out here with a couple of our guys. Kyle, my son-in-law, is driving with me. Sean Mathis, back from PA. We raced together a lot of years. We're in the 72 in the car. These guys are with Mark over there, hiding. Mark McDonald. They're going to be in this car tag team, so we're gonna finish. Hopefully finish strong. Thanks.
Are y'all doing the 3, 6, and 12-hour race?
12-hour. We're doing one in the pro class, one in the sportsman class.
Nice. So where y'all from?
Pennsylvania.
All of y'all?
Well, Mark's from Oklahoma.
Mark.
Oklahoma. He's a
There you go.
Team Baco. There we
He's
go.
a pinch hitter.
What's the name of the racing?
Brian Stone Racing, 5012.
Nice. Have you done this before?
Last year was our first year.
How'd y'all do?
8th in the pro class.
That's pretty good.
Not too bad. We got 7th at Hammers this year, so we're looking for maybe a 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. We want to be up there with Hunter and Cody and those guys on the podium.
Nice. What?
Tex McDormand from Octane Mania. Thanks for hanging out with us and joining us here at Rednecks Paychecks Park for the most extreme endurance race ever, the 12-hour side-by-side race. It's going to be fun. We're getting ready to go out on a poker run. We get to go out and see the entire course, gather a few, playing cards while you're out there on the course. Come back, whoever's got the best hand's going to win a killer set of tires. So yeah, we're just about ready to start. It's going to be crazy, man. Welcome to Rednecks Paychecks Park in the 12-hour endurance race.
My boy Hamill. What's up, big dog?
Blake.
How's it going?
Blake is the guy that does all the tech inspections and everything. So how did
I did the same exact thing.
This ain't new, baby. You ever heard of Rednecks Paychecks? That's where we're at right now. You got dirty intentions bus over there. Right home here. We got truck shit on 32s, cars jacked up. We got tall suspension. We're ready to go this weekend.
Dude, sounds good. Are you guys going to do the poker run? We're all getting ready to go out and do the poker run.
Go
Check
to
out
the
the
poker
track.
run right now. Follow Brian. It's going to be awesome. It's going to be awesome. Cool.
Absolutely not ready.
All right, Blake.
You got it, man.
You guys follow around the poker run.
Timpkin in the house.
That's right, a little Ultimax here at the 12-hour race. Wouldn't miss it.
Okay.
Push up. Get in.
Yeah, I guess you do need to get in. I don't know. Ask that guy.
The container where the registration is.
He said, is this a teaser for 2023?
Yeah. Okay.
So what are we about to do?
About to hit that annual poker run, buddy.
All right, looks like the weather's holding up.
Yeah, so far
See
so
if,
good. We're going to go take these guys on 9 miles of hell.
Oh yeah, let's go.
Hey, you got 6 tires, dog. You didn't let him count.
That's what I'm saying. I got
He needs to put that on his new vlog that he has 6 tires, not 4 tires.
All right. Oh, there we are.
So we really appreciate all you guys joining us and hanging out. We have Ian Lane. Dude, you just got done with the 3-hour race. You were driving one of Ryan's Tewksbury cars, the number 44.
Yep.
Give us a little bit of a breakdown of how the track was, and then we'll kind of get into your race a little bit. That's roost. That was roost. Yeah. So you guys probably couldn't hear it, but there was a ton of roost that just hit the production trailer. Means that these guys are tearing it up.
Yeah.
Out there.
No. And honestly, it was. I only did the 3-hour, but it was
3 hours. Still a long time in the car.
Still 3. Yeah. I'm still worn out. I could already feel it, my neck tightening up and everything else like that. I think. I was just surprised how quickly, even in 3 hours, how much the track changed and lines were constantly evolving. An average lap was between 15 and 16 minutes, and by the time you come back around, lines have completely evolved and redeveloped, and
Well, so
you're
give me an
constantly.
understanding of what that is then. So when you go out there in the first couple laps, it's smooth. It's a freeway almost,
Yep.
right? And then it starts developing ruts. It also starts developing potholes? Like, how does it?
Yeah. So the wood section can be very fast in a few areas, but as the race goes on, it starts to expose roots, and now you're kind of getting your teeth knocked out a little bit if you're ripping across it at the wrong speed, not finding that resonant frequency as you're going over it, and then rocks are starting to get exposed, and that's where you're going to get. A lot of guys are starting to rip out their sidewalls. And
Yeah, so I was going to ask that. Like, what's the move? I saw a few people, and Byron Mowry and his YXZ, he pulled out a ball joint out of the spindle, right? And it was because one of those, I'm sure, because those things don't happen in a YXZ. But anyways, you have to really maintain the car.
Yeah.
Because otherwise it's just an instant impact to, like, shocking the ball joints or whatever it is, right?
Yeah, no, it's a chess match. So many of these guys I get to race with at MAO, Texplex, kind of all over the place that are a lot of short course drivers, and that it's really a completely different animal because you're trying to keep this equipment to last this entire race.
Yeah.
And it becomes such a not even just snapping something, but just general wear is kind of compounded because you're spending so much time out on the track.
That's
running.
actually a really good way to put it too. So manufacturers have a lifespan on all the parts on the vehicles, right?
Yeah.
But having a 12-hour race is very long. You did the 3-hour race, but that doesn't really change. I mean, the car has to finish before you can actually win the race, right? So what is the mentality? You go out there just guns blazing, or do you kind of like draw it back a little bit?
It's hard not to get excited at the beginning and go a little guns blazing, especially that the start's so cool, having everybody run out with the keys and stuff like that.
It looked
but
intense.
It was intense, and it was still dark out. It made it kind of wild, but you try to settle into a pace, and then that's where the team really comes in. Running with Ryan and Crown Off Road and all those guys, like having them in your ear constantly saying, listen, this is a healthy pace. You're in the lead by this much. You can back off a little bit, save the car. Like you don't need to beat on it, or you do need to a little bit, and you need to find time somewhere safely and save the car.
So we were talking about that a little bit earlier in the broadcast about the different communication and how you guys manage the race and the flexibility between the team and adjusting the strategy. Like all of those things really, really make a big difference on the overall position at the end of the day, right?
Yep.
So how do you guys communicate? Do you guys have radios in the car? Do you guys communicate in the pits? You know what the stops are going to be? Like what's the strategy?
Oh, yeah. I mean, we just got new PCI radios, and they're incredible, so we can hear each other throughout the track. But, when I have another, I'm talking to another car because I only did the 3-hour. I didn't have a co-driver with me, but I'm constantly talking to the other car who's also on the track and saying, this is where I'm finding a little bit of time.
Yep.
We can pick up here. There's a better line over there. There's a new rock that's exposed. This route is now becoming a problem, and we can talk about those things, and then we can plan for driver changes and things like that. Because this is why endurance racing's so fun, because
Yeah,
it's like
dude, all that strategy is so cool.
yeah, and it's constantly changing, and you're just on the fly all the
So
time.
actually having two cars on the track is a benefit for not just the racers, but for the whole team, right?
Yeah.
Because you can communicate within the whole network.
Yeah, no, I mean, Ryan and Cody and Jay are competing right now with the Miller brothers, and they're battling out for the 12-hour pro class. And I had a healthy lead in my division, so I became a little bit of a ferret that would go out and try to find race lines because I had time to kill, kind of.
But that's a perfect
Yeah.
opportunity to
And then
extend
and then
their knowledge. Yeah. So, well, give us a little bit about that. Like, so I understand the teamwork makes the dream work, right? So they're
Yeah.
shooting for a 12-hour win. They
Yep.
have 3 drivers that are doing it, and you're assisting in some of that stuff. You haven't gotten unsuited yet. I'm assuming that's just in case.
Just in case, you never know. It all depends. Some guys are faster on certain days. You know what I mean? I'm happy to be in the bullpen if I need to get called up, and now I got 3 hours under my belt, so I'm happy to be able to do that. But they've got really fast guys, so I'm
let's
confident.
talk about 2 other things. I'd like to talk a little bit about with the drone shot, you can see some of the fog lifting, but you guys had to deal with a lot of the fog earlier. But let's talk about lap times first.
Yeah.
So lap times are between, we'll just give it a rough estimate of between 15 and 20 minutes.
Yep.
What do you think is a quote-unquote winning pace for a race like this? Because in my opinion, they're going to fall off towards the end of the day. But in Texplex last year, they didn't fall off at all. They got faster at the end of the day.
Yeah.
So I was wrong. So give me your opinion.
Yeah. So I think as the sun continues to come out, it's going to continue to burn that fog off a little bit, and the track will continue to tack up. Especially in the wooded sections, things are going to get rutted, so people are going to be able to just kind of hammer down and stay in the grooves. So I think times will get faster. I've heard some fast times being in the 15 minute, 15 second.
Yeah. So low 15s. Wow.
Yeah, mid to low 15s.
On a tight 9-mile track, that is hauling.
It's hauling ass. I think some lines are being discovered.
Oh, really?
Okay. And my last probably 2 laps or 30 minutes, I was searching for those lines.
Yeah.
Because I think
any good racer does, right? You got to search for the fastest route around the track.
And the Miller brothers, I think, found them. And those guys are great at what they do. So we're trying to find where what they figured out, and hopefully I can communicate it back to my team. But
hey,
shit.
The Miller brothers found this. Now we got to up our
game. Now we're searching for it.
Okay, so that's awesome information to know, especially for all of our viewers. As the fog does lift, you can see some of the track here. I haven't got to get out on course yet today, so give us a little bit of a lay of the land and what you had to deal with in the first 3 hours. Well, now it's coming on 3 hours and 4.5 hours into it.
Yeah, almost 4.5 hours.
So what was some of the stuff you dealt with in the morning compared to how it is now?
It's a cool. First off, man, that's like
the roost. The
roost is. Keep thinking somebody's going to come through this back wall. I think. First off, it's an incredibly cool track.
Yeah, it looks
so many different things that you're dealing with. There's some rock crawling sections. There's some really fast wooded sections that are really starting to develop, and the grooves are setting in, so you can really lean into it.
So before you get on to finishing that, I always had an admiration for the guys that do this stuff in the woods, right? Because you're going full speed, and you have a 1/4 of an inch on each side kind of thing, right? That's an exaggeration, but you're going between trees, and you're turning the car at the same time. It's unweighted. It's unleveled. There's all kinds of different stuff that happens. I've been racing out on the West Coast for years, but when I see that, a totally different driving style.
Yeah. And I prefer woods.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
I love hearing that.
So I like that. But I think you grew up on the West Coast, right? I mean, I grew up in Ohio. All of the off-roading we ever did was
woods guy.
Woods tight, that's what it was always about. big open desert is kind of confusing to me a little bit. So woods is where I kind of would catch up with people, but it's I think it's all preference.
So saying that, or knowing that the fog was out there and understanding that it may not have been as bad in the woods, that probably shows a lot why you were out front in the beginning of the race, because the fog, everybody was kind of going the same speed.
Yeah. I think people are, again, trying to settle into their race pace. Going to be a little bit more timid. Nobody wants to break first lap, right?
Exactly.
I mean, nobody wants to be that guy on the team.
Did.
Yeah, I think a few guys definitely did. So, no, I think everybody's just kind of settling in. I think driver changes are going to start happening now.
Yeah, pretty quick.
Yeah.
Come this way a little.
So I think driver changes are going to start happening. So you're going to start. I'd like to see how some of these fast teams are, how the
negotiating the strategies.
Yeah, it would be interesting, because I think what I anticipate is you'll see times bump back up. And then start to work their way down as people get comfortable in the car again.
Yeah.
So all of a sudden you'll see 1530s.
Yep.
1530s, and then two 1610s or something like that, and then they'll find their groove again.
Especially as new guys get in the seat. Well, what's some of the stuff that we're viewing here? We're seeing some great drone shots going through all this different terrain. We can't see the idiosyncrasies or the potholes or the little stuff in the track. So when you're going through some of these sections, how rutted is it? How potholed is it? Like, what are some of the terrain
So
changes?
very, very familiar with this section. What we were just looking at right there, very fast section running right along that.
The bottom right of the screen.
Yeah, running right along that water. And you're constantly trying to remind yourself with, like you said, little subtle idiosyncrasies, nuances. Like, oh yeah, I see the body of water. I'm going to bring it left. I'm going to be able to hammer down. So you're constantly trying to map the course in your own head, so that you can kind of anticipate what is the next section that you're going to be going into. But them coming out of the woods right there, that's a real deep sand rut right there. That sweeping right turn.
It looked like that second car was almost swallowed all the way in there.
Yeah. And I found there was a few cars out there. I think we're running maybe just smaller tires, but we're bottoming out and having to winch themselves out.
Just scraping the top of the rut, huh?
No. So just flattening it out the whole way through.
How do you think it's going to be towards the end? We still have 7.5 hours left of racing. To me, that seems like a long time for those ruts to get even bigger. I mean, it's going to start swallowing cars up.
Oh, yeah. Again, I think the guys, if they haven't broken something like a severe break right now, I think people have figured out the track. Now it's going to be if the driving style lends itself to taking care of the vehicle, wearing out certain things like a ball joint or something like that. Just increasing the rate of wear on some of these things. Not actually hitting a tree and breaking, but just the parts failing.
Yeah. Well, they get worn out. I mean, you're pushing them to the limit. I mean,
pushing them to the limit for 12 hours.
A lot of these cars won't even stop the motor for 12 hours.
12 hours.
That's wild, dude.
Which is a true testament to how badass these things are.
Dude, it's so cool to see. I mean, side-by-sides have come so far.
Oh, yeah.
So far. Okay, so a couple other questions that I wanted to ask was, how was passing? We just saw a driver get around another driver here in that, I don't want to call it a slow section, but it was at least a 2 or 3 lane section. What about you? Did you have to move around a lot of people?
Yeah. So obviously power is going to help you there, but kind of what I said before about having things that will remind you of what your next section is.
Right.
There's some for me there was probably 2 spots that I knew coming out of the woods. If I could close the gap in the woods, I knew when the last turn was, and I could be kind of carrying speed out of the woods and catching them and passing them right away.
So that's exactly what we talked about on the broadcast at the beginning. I'm glad you mentioned that, was planning execution and making sure that you're really just closing the gap before you get into those sections. Because let's just say you only have 5 turns to be able to execute a pass.
Yeah.
You need to be able to execute it as quickly as possible and see the other driver either make a mistake or slip up and get underneath. So that's really good that you're saying that plan is what helps you go to the front.
Yeah, and save the car. I mean, again, I started I started to feel the brakes just a little bit.
Really?
Just because I was starting to get more aggressive because I wanted to make sure I was going to win my class.
Right.
But if
you had to go another 3 hours, you may have
I would. You know, I would have had to change my driving style up to conserve the brakes a little bit more. And to your point about planning, if you are planning ahead, you can conserve those types of things. It's when you don't plan, you pass a guy, you overcommit a little bit. You know, there's probably 3 hairpin turns.
It's too late.
And you blow through the turn, and any space, you know, you've taken 3 steps back now.
Yep.
So, you know, but the track is set up for plenty of passing. You know, you don't have to be overly aggressive, but I think it favors people being smart. I think aggressive drivers.
I can see it.
Broke
see
early
it when you say that, like being smart from a professional racer like you. Being smart means being smart, but also executing right away. Like it's like an MMA fight, right? You go out there, and some guys want to just wrestle, they want to grapple, they want to tire you out, and some guys want to go in there with the knockout punch, right?
Yeah.
It's kind of the same thing, but in this, you have to kind of negotiate that. You have to meet in the middle, right? Because you have to not break the car, but then you got to execute quick.
It's a chess game. It's not checkers. And you can see the guys who are pretty good at chess. And what are we into it right now? 4.5 hours?
Yeah, just over 4.5 hours.
We haven't even got the good pieces onto the board yet. You know, I think a lot of strategies really going to start playing into these driver changes. I know the Crown team's talking about it right now. Who's going to be taking?
They're adjusting.
Yeah. We had somebody that was going to be anchoring, but they're jockeying orders as we speak.
So the top 5 has been pretty close all day. We have both of the Miller brothers, Cody and Hunter, along with Kyle Chaney and Cody Taylor, Team Cody. Then we also had Thomas, who was actually hauling some serious butt out there as well. I forgot who his co-driver was. But then we also had naturally aspirated car of the Hess Motorsports guy.
Yeah, the Hess guy was killing it.
Yeah, it was Kirchmeier that was out there, so he was really on pace, so to speak, right? When you see those top 5 kind of making or breaking away, right?
Yeah.
Does that mean that it changes the other people's strategy? Let's just say you're you guys.
Yeah.
You're the Crown team. You see those other guys doing certain things, and all of a sudden, okay, I caught on to this. I was watching the live stream. We're going to now execute a little bit differently because it's better for us.
Yeah. No, I mean, absolutely. When you see those guys driving, it's fun to hang with them and see their lines and see where their breaking points are and things like that. And you try to pick up on it and have some takeaways there that you can translate into the rest of your race. But it's a lot of style too. Yeah. I mean, some guys hang it out there a little bit more. I consider myself a little bit more of a conservative driver.
Yeah, smooth
as fast. Yeah. You know, but I think that you can always learn from somebody else, especially drivers like that.
Yeah, well, you can see it. Like, it's night and day difference even between Hunter and Cody Miller, right?
Yeah.
Brothers driving together all the time.
Oh yeah,
completely different driving style.
Completely different drivers, and a healthy level of competitiveness between
and a lot of fun that happens at the same time.
Yeah,
but that brings everybody up, right? It brings your team up, it brings the Hess team up, it brings everybody up. So I love seeing that. A couple things that I want to ask you before you leave is the nature of this race is a little bit different, right? You have a Le Mans style start where you run up to the cars and then you take off. You have enter pits every single lap.
Yeah.
You have different kinds of things and rules that you have to follow. How does that I don't know, how is it in racing an event like this?
I've been really impressed. Granted, Ryan called me 2 days ago and told me to come out here and race because they had a car.
Show up,
yeah,
dude.
I was in Indy at the PRI show.
Were you?
I had a meeting that I was supposed to be at like 2 hours ago in Indianapolis, and Ryan sucked me into coming out here.
That's funny that you say that because I got my PRI trip canceled as well, so my plane ticket is still active.
There you go. So. So, no, I didn't have a lot of expectations going into this, but I know, Brian, I know he knows how to put together a good event. it's been a really cool race. It's a really cool track. There are some interesting things about it. The coming through the pits thing is
wild.
interesting. It's wild just because I think, it's any racing, right? I mean, you're going to push anything, right?
Absolutely.
And I think it lends itself to be abused a little bit.
Well, we saw some
but that's
people.
racing. Yeah,
Unfortunately, we're not going to be able to get the times negotiated until after the event, which is fine. But we already saw some people abusing it, and we saw them get caught.
Yeah.
On the live feed, and they were getting filmed and radar gunned. And so it's like, hey, man.
All right. Hey, that makes me feel better.
It is what it is.
I got
right?
passed in the pits twice, and I was like, I don't think you're going the right speed.
It is what it is, man. Hey, well, I want to thank you for coming in and hanging out
Dude,
with us.
love this.
You did a fantastic job out there. You're still suited up just in case.
Just in case.
So, Ian Lane, everybody, thank you very much, and congratulations on kicking butt, man.
Yeah, hell yeah. Thanks, guys.
We'll see you.
Take it easy, bud.
All right, we're going to go back to a little racing action. And I think we are probably going to get another guest, Cross Kirchmeier, coming in. So enjoy the races for just a second.
We put him back. He just jumped. Yeah, he just jumped back in. We had to do an axle change, a broken axle, and he just jumped back in.
All right, as he exits the pits, we have none other than Sean Hess in here with us. Sean, dude, you were just out there on course, man. There's a lot of cool things happening. We had just got done talking with Ian Lane. You gave me a little bit of a breakdown, but we're going to dig into it a little bit here. You guys are the first naturally aspirated car in the top, I think, 5 now. I think you guys are probably 4th or 5th.
They said we were actually, when I came in to do that axle swap, they said we were in 2nd at that point.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Which we were really excited about. But we, as we talked, the course is really getting rutted. Roots and rocks are starting to get exposed. Guys are starting to get stuck. We're having to blaze trails around them to get around the track. We even had to back up once out there. I mean, it's the track's really getting beat in. It's getting difficult, so it's really becoming attrition.
Well, let me ask you this then. So whenever we race short course out on the West Coast, it's a completely different animal, right? But there's 2 things that remain the same. Some guys like a smooth track. Some guys like a rough track. I always liked it as rough as it could possibly get. How are you?
I'm the same way. The rougher, the better. We tend to do better. Running a machine like the Honda, it's leaps and bounds good at that kind of stuff. Rough terrain, take a beating. One thing good, we don't have to worry about belt issues. So when we get in that deep sand and stuff, we're not having issues with that.
Shift down and go.
That's right, absolutely.
So we were just talking with Ian, like I said before, about the different track conditions and stuff. We didn't get to talk to him too much about the vision that you guys had. Like, I heard a few drivers. In fact, Hunter Miller, one of his teammates or one of his guys, was just telling me that, or Ben Fournier was just telling me that Hunter was getting so much moisture on his visor that he had to lift it up and drive with, blind eye, so to speak. And he actually got Visine and was putting Visine in his eyes while he was racing.
So for this race, we opted to go with a motocross style helmet, and we're running roll-offs.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So Cross and I are both running roll-offs, and we get that from the GNCC days.
Good call.
I was going to start off with my full visor helmet, and we opted to do the roll-offs with a MX style helmet. We can run that in this type of race. And man, it was a good call. We haven't had vision issues to speak of. It's been really good.
How has the strategy been so far? Because you guys come with a plan. You guys want to execute as close to the plan as possible, but it seems like you've had to be a little bit flexible.
We have. Obviously, we wanted Cross to start this year. He jumped out there, did really well.
Fantastic driver to pick,
yes.
by the way.
Oh, yeah. No, Cross is an excellent teammate. He won the championship in the Pro NA this year in short course. So he's an excellent teammate. We've ran together the last several years, and, we've improved our every year ourselves with this plan. But he started this year, got us off to a good pace, picked guys off, handed the car off to me. I believe we were in 4th or 5th. I jump out there, kept pace. And then, like I said, we was running out there one lap before we decided to change anyway. We had an axle issue. We didn't hit anything, just lost the front axle in the rock section. So we come in, we decided to change the axle, fuel, and we went ahead and did a driver change. We did all that in less than 6 minutes. So our pit crew was on it. We did really well.
6 minutes, really, for
Yes,
all that?
All that in less than 6.
That is phenomenal. All right, so if you don't mind, let's watch a little bit of this racing. You kind of give me a rundown of what's happening here, and then we'll get back to how your guys' race is going. So the track has definitely changed quite a bit since the beginning portion of the race. Just a second ago talking with Ian Lane, it's kind of like slot car racing through here, it seems like. Do you guys have to adjust when your guys are seeing all the track conditions change, and how are these guys doing?
Well, absolutely. When we're running through there and it gets slot car-ish in the I call it railroaded, but slot car is another word for it. When it gets like that, if you come up on lappers or traffic, you want to back off of them because they might get stuck in front of you, and, that can mess your day up too.
Yeah.
So you don't want to get right up on them, even though you want to get around them. You don't want to get right up on them. So having, we've had a co-driver in there, and they've been real good on the siren and the new push to pass.
Yeah, the racing track stuff.
The race tracks, that's been working well. But, that's one thing you notice when this track gets like that. But, conditions are doing good right now. They're saying we've got some rain coming, so that could really change a lot of things here in the next few hours as the day progresses. But right now, the track's burnt in good. Everybody's got a good feel of what's out there and what to expect. And you're just trying to pick people off as best and as fast as you can.
Yeah, absolutely. You can see some of these drivers doing that. These guys are going into the wood section, so to speak, right here, together, neck and neck.
Yes.
So when they go through this, is this where you're talking about? Maybe just kind of ease back a little bit?
Well, this section they're on right there is actually a pretty high speed. It feels like a roller coaster. It's a lot of up and down hills right through here. Unfortunately, it's not slot car or railroaded, so you can just book it through here. And stay right up on them. When you get to the end of this section, you got just a break in the trees. It gets a little bit slot car-ish, but you got hard left, and you can duck under them and get around them if you're on somebody and need to pass.
So this is something very similar to what we were just talking to Ian Lane about is planning. You just explained it like you were out there sitting in the driver's seat. Like you're thinking like a true racer if you were in that second place position or that second car position right here. Because you're already thinking way ahead to be able to execute.
Absolutely. See right here, you got that break in the trees as they're coming into it.
Yeah.
See, this guy needs to jump left and get around that guy there. But see, you missed an opportunity, so he's following.
Yeah.
Now, maybe they're in a different class or something. It's not a problem. But see, now they're coming into lap traffic.
Yeah, and the car's stuck over there as well.
That's right.
Yeah, so I see exactly what you're saying. So planning all of these things makes a big difference because right there, he could have made 3 seconds.
That's right. Absolutely.
Wow, that's crazy. All right, so how about the you guys do a lot. You guys build products for a lot of side-by-sides.
Sure, yes.
We've been hearing, like Travis Pointer just said, that they already had to replace a steering rack, steering quickener, and now they're on their third DPS. So they've been having a lot of steering issues. I'm assuming that's because they've been pushing it through some of those rocky sections.
Well, anytime the track gets real railroaded or slot cars, you get a lot of feedback in the wheel. Like roots and rocks are getting exposed that weren't there before, so you're getting a lot of feedback, and that steering and drivetrain's taking a lot of strain when you're in that, because you can really push the car hard because you're just locked in there. But it's it doesn't surprise me that they're having issues like that.
Yeah, well, and I feel like that's going to just keep escalating during the day, right? Like we just talked about having every part has its lifespan, right?
That's right.
And some of these cars, maybe even your car, will not shut the motor off for the 12-hour race.
That's right.
That's wild, dude.
Well, they always say the worst thing to do is turn off a running race car, right?
Exactly.
So it's kind of a no-no thing, I guess you'd say, in 12 hours. But yeah, in 12 hours of running, these cars will be running the whole time without a break. And and as these conditions change, this mud will play a factor. We get this mud coming in here with the rain. We may get 200 pounds of weight added onto these cars in mud weight. It's not uncommon to see. In fact, right now they just said it's raining outside.
Yeah, I was going to say, as you talk about the rain, you can see on our screen here that the camera has a bit of rain on it. Does that change what you're going to do? Because I know you got to get back in the car pretty quick here.
Obviously we'll have to prepare more for rain. We're going to continue running our roll-offs. That's working really well. We'll probably add an extra towel or two in the car to just help wipe things. And obviously if it's muddy, we're going to back off when we're catching those lappers and really capitalize on open areas to pass them so that we're not getting caked with mud, and also keep the weight off the car.
Man, there's so much that goes into it. Like, I applaud you guys for having such an organized program. You do it like, I want to talk about something else before you get back and you have to get back to the pits, is you do it with your family.
That's
you
right.
do it with your friends. You do it as a sport that you love and you enjoy, right? That's what builds all of the structure that we have out here for the Texas 12-hour race.
Everybody out here in the pits is willing to help each other. I see other teams helping other teams constantly, running parts back and forth if somebody doesn't have anything. There's a lot of camaraderie between the drivers. Everybody, it's just a big family. And I do this with my own family, but this is my extended family.
Yep, 100%, man. I love that. The off-road racing is like no other, dude. So, hey, good job. You guys are really kicking butt. We can't wait to see. Dude, 5 hours already into the race, man. We're not even halfway yet. You guys got to.
That's right. There's still a lot of racing to do, too. But right now it's saying we're sitting in fifth, and I like that. We just got off of that pit with that axle change.
Yep.
So for us to be holding on to fifth, I'm really happy with that.
Absolutely. And you guys are the first naturally aspirated car as well.
Absolutely. We got a little bit of a disadvantage over the turbos, but, I like our odds with this naturally aspirated Talon.
Yeah, you guys are doing really well, man. And then thank you also for supporting the live feed and supporting the series and everybody. So
absolutely.
Thank you very much, man.
All right, appreciate it. Thank you for having me on.
All right, so as Sean gets ready to hit the track again, you guys can use the code to get 12HR Live to get 10% off Hess Racing products at HessMotorsports.com. The promo code is at the bottom of your screen, so please support the guys that support us, man. Super cool to see Sean doing so well. Obviously, him and his family are supporting the series and the races as well. You can see the rain starting to fall a little bit here. Hopefully, we're able to still get you guys some decent coverage. But take a look at some of this rain here. We're going to get a lay of the land, and we'll be right back. You got any commercials or anything? You can try commercials and see if they work. Yeah, so we're going to actually get some interviews that we did yesterday, get them lined up for you guys. So while we are waiting and seeing some of this rain coming up here, just at 5 hours into the 12-hour side-by-side race out here in Texas, Rednecks and Paychecks Off-Road Park. Thank you to the Racing Tracks guys for providing us with We still have Ian Lane's team. Just came in to talk to us. Ryan Tewksbury and the Crown Off-Road guys. Tewksbury still out front. The 22X of Team Cody Miller and Cody Taylor out in second. In third place, we got Hunter Miller and Kyle Cheney. Number 222 is in fourth, Kolaguru. And Sean Hess, who just came in as driver of record with Cross Kirchmeier, right on top 5, first naturally aspirated car. Thank you guys very much for joining us on Facebook and YouTube as well. Feel free to keep commenting in and letting us know what you guys got going on. Go Big Daddy Kyle from Francine, yep. I love hearing those interviews because you get so much information from all the drivers and crew members. So hopefully we'll be able to get you guys a little bit more information today from a lot of these different people. Holly, Justin, Kyle, Justin, all from the family environment. Holly's, well, not racing this weekend, but she's helping out Justin and Kyle, both of them who have their own stories to tell. So give us a little bit of a background.
So our background really comes from me and Beto. We served together in the 82nd Airborne Division. Did a deployment. That's where his story comes from. And then I was stationed out in California, which is where he lived. And while I was on duty, I sustained a spinal cord injury. So I have a T12 burst fracture. So it left me where I don't have any feeling below or movement below my knees. while I wear my FOs, and it kind of just rekindled, you know, our spirit and, you know, our brotherhood back together again. And then I moved back to Texas, and he just picked up and followed with me. And then just with that loss of service, of not really having that, we were trying to figure out, you know, what we're gonna do with our lives. Like, where are we going? How can we be a part of something? And we kind of went out and watched Brian's Texplex, and we were like, yo, like this is it. Like, this is something we can be a part of, keep our minds busy, keep us going. And that's kind of where we're at.
Well, Kyle, like when you have stuff like this happen, like you guys are so used to having adrenaline in your lives, especially being in the service as servicemen. And then when you have to transition into just like a normal life, so to speak, right? It's really hard. It's like shell shock almost. And then you get the ability to go race a side by side or have the family support around you. It probably brings you back to that same adrenaline feeling, yeah, Kyle?
It's definitely an adrenaline feeling. You're just trying to look for that next fix. I mean, nothing's going to compare to being out in the field with the boys, everybody that you serve with. But this is I mean, we get to hang out with our friends and our family, and we're in a great community here. And I would argue it's the next best thing from my perspective.
Yeah, and Holly, how do you know these guys?
From my dad, because he introduced them to me.
Right on. It's pretty cool to have these guys around, though, right? Because they not only do they work hard, they help support you, you help support them. It's a big family environment.
Yeah, it's really nice to have them around and
Well, just doing everything together, right? Because you get to really, like, you guys probably share ideas. Like, you guys are all sponges together, right? Like, if she sees something or you guys see something, and share the information.
Oh yeah, I mean, absolutely. We try to help each other grow. You know, I mean, that's our thing is, you know, we don't want to just through our training. We don't want to be complacent. You know, so we're always trying to figure out. And like I said, our big thing too about this was just the camaraderie. So that's what really brought us back.
And it helps that we live literally
right next to each other.
From each other.
Yeah, I was gonna say, but Justin, like, so what's your role in this? Like, how does everything bind together?
I just help out where I can.
He's a pit daddy.
Pit daddy.
Yeah.
Everybody needs a pit daddy, aka crew chief, right? But when you guys go through all this stuff together, like win, lose, like it's the same, not the same, it's a similar camaraderie to what you guys are used to, you know, having other people that you have to rely on in any situation.
Absolutely. We're going to grow in the next race.
Yeah, but you guys are used to that, so it's probably...
When someone's down, it's up to the team to pick them back up.
Right, exactly, right? And you never leave a car on course, or you never leave a guy behind. The same kind of mentalities, right? It's different, but it's the same. And so when you guys go out there at the races, this is a 12-hour race. It's a long time to be sitting in a car. You guys both have injuries. You guys both have to deal with certain things that maybe Holly wouldn't have to deal with when she's out there being able-bodied, right? But what's the process that you guys go through? Maybe Justin, you go first, and then Kyle goes second.
I mean, for our first season, our first season was based on adaptability. You know, because the thing is, the way we drive a car, like a normal able body, is night and different. Right. You know, so as far as not having any ankle articulation or all that, there is no the feather in the throttle technique and all that. And then we started realizing the transfer from brake to gas was just it takes us, our reaction time's a little different. So, one of those.
Give us an idea of how you hit the gas. Like, how do you do it?
So I just drive with my quad. So there is no, it's just on, off kind of thing. And if I got to do like a feather, I kind of try to hover with my quad.
That's amazing that you do that, dude. Yeah. So you probably use a lot of stomach muscles. You probably push really hard on it. You get different senses that are initiated than when you would be an able-bodied, right? Like maybe you hear stuff more in the vehicle. Maybe you control it more with your hands. Like that's pretty amazing that your body was able to adapt to do all that.
Oh yeah. And then like I said, the transfer thing. So we just now in our car we run no foot brake. We just have a solid handbrake. So that's our brake. So that way we don't have to worry about transitioning from one pedal to the other.
So before we have you answer, Kyle, have you got to drive with the handbrake?
No, I haven't.
Dude, you want to? Because I kind of want to.
She's got to do it one time backing out of the trailer.
Dude, I would like it.
It is.
Oh yeah,
interesting.
Yeah.
Do you think it'd be cool?
Yeah.
Dude,
I mean,
you could get all Ken Block and just slide her around. All right, Kyle, let us know a little bit about you. It looks like you have a lower prosthetic.
Yes, sir. I got a left above knee amputation. I took a left step instead of a right step, fortunately, so I still got my throttle. And so when we first started racing, we were just bouncing ideas off, trying to make it work. And we came up with a the handbrake, and it's been amazing. We put a thumb throttle in a Redline Revolt back in the old Texplex days, and it was good, but the thumb it cramps after a while, so we went back to the gas pedal on the foot and then a handbrake. But it's different, I would say. It's definitely the amount of time from going for my right foot, from going to the brake to the throttle and then back to the brake to the throttle, that time right there just kills you on a short course race or in any race, really. But it ain't too bad. We just kind of pin it to win it and try and do the best we can.
The ingenuity behind all of that stuff, first of all, is amazing that you guys can do all this stuff. Justin, when you hear all these like things that these guys are going through, what does it make you feel like being able to support teams like this?
We're always trying to come up with something new and better, and Justin's got the hookup, hopefully, with the hand throttle. I mean, that is key. That's one of the biggest things that's going to change his career in this side by side. Once he gets that, and then Kyle, if he wants to do it, that's good. I mean, there's no limits then. That takes everything, all the hardness out of it for him. Because, like Kyle, the two-step and the brake deal, I mean, I hop in these cars, and I don't even race, and I couldn't imagine what these guys are going through. And in Paulie, all of them, I could not imagine what these boys are going through for this situation. And I think that we're going to work towards, better things to make it, them better racers.
Yeah, I think it's really cool. Like, whenever I hear stuff like this, it really makes me think about the growth of the side-by-side industry, right? Because a lot of this stuff, like, dirt bike riders can't really do this, but side-by-sides allow people to do this, right? So it's you guys showing your stories and sharing all this information is going to allow other people to do it. And, like, Holly being able to work with you guys, Justin being able to work with you guys, really gives a lot of motivation to other kids and stuff. Like, does it motivate you?
Yes.
Like, what kind of stuff do you think of? You're like, man, these guys are out there doing it. Like, I could, like, I want to go out there and battle them. Or like, what is it? What's the feeling?
I don't.
Because, like, you could, like, potentially be racing against these guys pretty soon.
Yeah, it definitely, like, pushes me harder because,
well, you want to beat them, right?
Well, yeah, obviously. But it definitely pushes me, like, to, like, race harder.
So, we're going to go around the whole circle here. So, when you see these guys and you get motivated and somebody comes up to you, let's just say it's a little girl or maybe it's a person that has an injury or something, do you say, well, my friends do it, you can do it too? Or like, what do you tell them?
I've never really had someone come up to me and like ask me, but I would probably say that, hey, if like they could do it, you could probably do it too. So
anything's
just, like,
possible?
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with that too. And when you guys go through that process, you can see if somebody else has an injury, but if you were going to tell anybody that wanted to get into this that doesn't have the ability or doesn't think they have the ability to do it, what would you say, Justin?
I mean, sometimes you just have to leap. When I was going through my injury, the biggest thing is you can't drown in your own sorrow, or you can't swim in your own sorrow, you'll drown. So at some point, you just gotta pull back and just leap. You know what I mean? So like, find, can look us up. Like, find those people. Obviously there's people that do it. Like you were saying, you mentioned Jesse Nelson. Jesse Nelson is one of the guys I looked at when I was like, man, this dude is killing it out there in the desert and stuff like that. And I was like, I have no excuse, right? You see that, like, and he's a, complete paraplegia. So it's like, I have no excuse, so I have to try.
Man, coming back, you can see some of the pit crews taking a little bit of cover from the rain. We have a little bit of inclement weather now. You can see it in some of the shots that you guys see right there. You can see the rain coming down on those mini bikes there, the pit bikes. Looks like the graphics guys are already acquiesced to the side of the track. A few drivers there conversing with Blake Gustin. Looks like maybe Elliot Cook. I don't know who else is over there. But yeah, those guys are done. Just hanging out. And then we have, this camera is actually inside. I don't know if you guys saw it earlier, but it's inside a vehicle with a windshield. That vehicle right there with the big tires. That's why the windshield is so dirty. And you can see, look how slick the track is right there with that Honda Talent. Whoa, even losing the front with the four-wheel drive, man. Pretty crazy. So that looks like the Hess Motorsports car. Yeah, you can see, obviously, the track conditions change very quickly as the rain's starting to come down out here at the 12-hour side-by-side race presented by Can-Am. Out here in St. Joe, Texas at Rednecks Paychecks Off-Road Park. Definitely want to thank these guys. These guys are not shy when it comes to mud out here. They like this. The muddier the better for these guys. Doesn't necessarily make all the guys out here racing this very happy, but this facility is known for some of the mud bogs and stuff. So we're going to have to see how the race kind of shapes up from here. It would be nice if we didn't get any more rain, but it looks like it's going to be raining for a little while. One of the things that's hardest about the rain here is vision, being able to see what's going on. As you can see right there, that's what a windshield looks like when it's rained on. So these drivers usually, Sean Hess was saying that he's using a motocross setup with roll-offs, which means that you can pull a little lever or a little tab on your goggles and it clears it up. And some people are opting for just like the normal off-road helmet, which is like looks like a street bike helmet with a visor that flips up and down. And with that, you only have tear-offs or nothing. You just wipe it off. So a lot of these guys will actually go with their visor up. Very dangerous for your vision, but sometimes that's the best thing to do is being able to see like that. As the 22 of the Hess Motorsports car gets out there, I think Cross Kirchmeier is probably still driving, but we know that Sean Hess is going to get back in the driver's seat soon. There you go. There's exactly what we're talking about being able to clear your vision. And think about going, let's just say 30 to anywhere. Oh, man, right down the straightaway, fully sideways. That's crazy. So it is really slick out there. Really slick out there. But thinking about having to clear your vision like that by wiping it, and there's mud on it as well, and going 30 to, 70 miles an hour down some of these faster portions of the track, very difficult to see. That's why some of these drivers are not using tear-offs anymore. They're just wiping their visors with either a rag or their gloves. I can only assume that the pace is going to fall dramatically with inclement weather. Some of these drivers are going to be getting really cold. They're going to be wet with their driver's suits. Definitely going to have wet gloves and wet hands. So we will see how this changes the strategy. Hopefully they brought their towels in the pits. Option line right there looks like by one of the leaders, either Tewksbury's or Hunter or Cody Miller. Man, those cars are really muddy now. That looks like the 22 and then the 90. So the Team Cody and then Hunter and Kyle following right behind. just about half hour from the midway point of the 12-hour side-by-side race presented by Can-Am. Out here in St. Joe, Texas, just North Texas, just south of Oklahoma in St. Joe, Texas. Near Dallas, about 40 or hour and a half away from Dallas, hour and 45 minutes if you drive slow. Really cool rural towns here in Texas, though. And this facility is massive. I mean, you can see that's a 9-mile course that you're seeing in front of you, but this facility has fun stuff everywhere. On the top right of your screen is where they have a short course track out there. They have the facility that we're riding on today. Oh, there we go. So it looks like you can't even see the number on the side of the car anymore. That looks like it might be the 22 of Team Cody. But man, it is just super muddy and slushy out there. Man, look at how much they're just losing traction just all the way to the side. That Yamaha just peeling out. Look at that dog tracking down the whole straightaway right there, trying to keep traction. So we were actually talking with some of the drivers. Some of the drivers are going to be choosing the Maxxis Carnivore, which is a more aggressive tire. I think that's going to be able to lend itself a little bit better to clean some of the mud out. And give these guys a little bit more bite. One of the great things about being here in Texas at some of these big races is you really get the hometown feeling. This is the heart of, well, there's the heart of America everywhere, but this is the heart of America, man. You have this hometown feeling. Lots of really cool places to visit around here. Older restaurants, mom-and-pop shops, cafes. If you guys ever get the opportunity to travel out here and race one of these races, it's fantastic. Such a great time with family and friends. We've had the promo code for Hess Motorsports, 10% off, up for about half an hour now. I think we'll probably take it down, but please use the promo code 12HR Live, 12HRLIVE, and go support the people that support us. So appreciate all the guys at Hess Motorsports for being a part of our live stream here at the 12-hour side-by-side race. And it's going to be difficult for us to call these races as the cars get muddier because everybody's car is just brown now. Oh, man, look at that. It is so slippery. So if that's happening just out here in the infield, just outside of the pits, it's going to be getting much, much worse in the back sections where it's really hilly, off-camber edges. just as they came through the pits here, you see Elliott Cook was actually helping out. Well, it looks like what his main driver was, a driver of record. It's pretty cool to see. You can see him still jumping out there in the rain, helping as much as he possibly can, even though it is raining pretty good out here. So usually what happens is in situations like this, it'll just get really snotty and then the rain will keep falling and then it'll just be water that you go through there and all these cars will be nice and cleaned off and taking a bath as they cruise. Pretty wild, man. Unfortunately, we're probably not going to be able to get any drones in the sky with the weather acting up. But, okay, I was just told that I'm wrong. Drones are probably going to get back up in the air. We're going to be able to see these guys getting crazy, man. Look at how slick the track is. These guys are barely getting on the throttle, and they're all moving around all over the place. Oh, look, there's another car with a lot of brown stuff on it. Yeah. So we're taking bets inside the production trailer that we think a brown car is going to win. I think George Cruz has got the winning bet here. It's pretty wild how quickly things can change in off-road racing. It looks like the Honda Mission Motorsports guys there are using some very non-aggressive tires. Well, they're carrying an extra one. Yeah. This is probably going to play a little bit of havoc on some of these pit crews, seeing they're not going to be able to know what their driver's car looks like. Whoa! Woo-wee. These drivers are getting a little bit loose, man, but I don't know what else they're going to do. Track conditions are what they are, man. Driver choosing to put his window net down. I strongly suggest against that. At all times your window should be up. You never know when something's going to happen. You do not want to have your arm out or have anything enter the car while you're racing. I'm not sure who that driver is, but I strongly recommend that everybody keep their window nets up at all times. You can see, so that gives you, again, a little bit of an understanding of what the drivers are going to be seeing out of their visor on their helmet. It's obviously going to be quite a bit worse for them because they're traveling through mud. You're going to want to stay off the back of the person in front of you. There you go. There's a good example right there. So you can see that guy's lens, or that driver's lens right there, completely caked with mud. So he was, well, look at his face as well. So he was driving with the visor up. Oh, it looks like Willis. So Donovan Willis just getting out. So he was driving with the visor up, and his face is all muddy. So not sure what the other drivers are going to do. Looks like the driver that's getting into the car now has a, I don't know, a pinkish or amber colored lens there. But he does not have any tear-offs or anything on that lens. So looks like he put a towel down. And he has probably got some sort of rag or some sort of microfiber that he's going to be, yep, there it is right there. There's the microfiber that I was talking about. He's going to be wiping, yep, he hung it right there. So he's going to be wiping his face, his goggles, or excuse me, his lens as much as he possibly can. And I'm assuming that he's probably going to go through one microfiber per lap. So the team will probably have other microfibers ready for the next lap when he comes around. That thing's going to be soaked, it's going to be muddy. His lens is going to be all nasty, and they're probably going to make a quick stop, check over the car like they are now, give him a fresh microfiber. He's going to get a clear vision for probably about 10 seconds. There's a great shot. So thank you very much to the drone guys for risking it for the biscuit, so to speak. Putting the drones in the sky. Let's get a shot of the drone again so that we can get a little bit of an understanding of how the track is. There you go right there. You can see the track. Slicker than snot, I think is what they call it, right? But yeah, so you can see the ruts are just filling up with water. So in the middle you have the hump, so to speak. So the drivers are going through those ruts and just water the whole time. There's not much they can do about it. And it's really slick. Usually the drivers can ride on the edges or the crowns of those ruts. Now that's not an option. They're not going to get enough traction to be able to do that. So it might be interesting to see. We have the driver that are still doing that pit stop there. We'll see what kind of tires they have. It looks like they have something similar. It's not, I don't think that's a Maxxis tire, but similar to a Maxxis Carnivore. A lot of bite coming out of that tire there. So you see the edge of the tire or the side of the tire with those big knobs. What that does is it does exactly what I was just talking about. On the sides of those ruts, it allows you to climb to the sides of them, so you don't have to go straight down the middle of it. You can ride on the left or the right in that slot car or train tracks, as Sean Hess was saying, and move around a little bit, so it gives you more options. And when you're doing corners and stuff, it gives you a little bit more side bite. You can see there the tires kind of made a little bit of a grab right as he was exiting, where the other guys didn't. They kind of slid down into that rut. So good tire choice for that team. And the drone shot is actually showing a lot of good angles there. This driver is just nursing it around the course. I don't know if he has a problem or if he's just cruising because of the track conditions, or maybe he can't see anything. And this is very dangerous for your eyeballs too. You gotta be careful. Look at that corner right there. So that's a perfect example. All of those outside lines have just started forming because everybody's hitting the brakes and not making it. You can see somebody even went off into the trees and spun around backwards into the trees right there. So this driver is, you look at that, he's just sliding down that hill. He's choosing to tiptoe through there because there might not be another option. That might be it. That might be about as fast as he feels comfortable going because it is so slick in those areas. Just tiptoeing through these sections here. All right, let's see if you guys are leaving us comments to Desert Car. The only reason we know is because his car is bigger than everybody, but it's still brown. Yeah, so look at both of these drivers just tiptoeing through. Let's see here. Heather Sedani says, rooting for the 419 car. Tim Slocum from Massachusetts. Oh, I think we already saw your message earlier. Maybe I need to fast forward my live feed here. Yeah, the drone shots are just fantastic right now. It looks like some of the weather has calmed down just a bit, which is nice, especially for us. Nice. So it sounds like some of our camera guys are just getting drenched or splashed with mud water. But you see the pace has slowed significantly. Thank goodness for these drone guys to be able to give you guys these great shots. Yeah, I don't know how hard it is to fly a drone, but man, I'm glad these guys are doing it for us to check this stuff out. Great slow shot of the drone, basically just following through the pits, man. You can see everybody taking cover, but also still ready for their drivers as they come around. Great to see all these big teams out here. Razor Bikeman right there. That's the tent with Andy Ives and Chance Haugen. We got a Bikeman Can-Am team. To the right there. The best team off to your left there. Race shop was the last one on the right there. Looks like these guys and girls are still out there, braving the elements. The lake's filling up. But as you see, like, that's just a little tiny off camera right there. And that's hardly anything compared to what the rest of the track is. We can only imagine what these drivers are dealing with way in the back. Looks like Alexander Knoll right there. The Iron Man. We said I saw him in the pits earlier. He got out, just take a little break, got back in the car. Now he's just trucking through. Said I was going to talk a little bit of crap about him, but I'm still impressed that he's doing this. Just 15 minutes shy of halfway through the 12-hour side-by-side race presented by Can-Am out here at Rednecks and Paychecks in St. Joe, Texas. Nice rural town just out of Munster, Texas. About an hour and 45 minutes north of Dallas, almost to Oklahoma. Great facility though. Mind-blowing when you first enter, actually. Lots of fun stuff to do here. Heard they have some big events. They got a Power Wheels contest going down a hill. Reminds us of Nitro Circus, man. That's super cool. Can only imagine how many people go home with achy bones after that one. There's our fearless leader, Josh, just cruising through the picture there on his mini bike. Thanks, Josh, for being a trooper and getting all of our production stuff set up. Brave in the elements. All right, so let's go through some more of these comments here. All right, so I think we already caught up on some of the comments, but Francine says, go number 5012, send it. Jeff Lee, this is totally awesome. Well, we appreciate it, Jeff. Like the camera crew is doing their best to get out there and make sure that this stuff happens. Sometimes weather doesn't agree with us, but hey, man, we're trying. Heather Jean says, go 14, Slocum. Brianna Jackson said, I know they were working on the car. I don't know if they are back out there yet. So, Brianna, you can tell us who you're looking for, and we might be able to give you a little bit of information. What happened to the car? Heard it went back out a few. Okay, so maybe they're back out there. Awesome. I appreciate you guys communicating and getting updates through the live feed or through the live stream and communicating with your team members. That's a really, really professional thing to do because you can send information back that they won't even know. So awesome that you guys are using this to your racing advantage as well as your viewing pleasure. We appreciate both of those. Man, it is it. And Subi out there. Pretty crazy. So we are going to, 12 minutes away from the halfway point. So we're going to have some guys that are just doing the 6-hour race finish up their races in about 11 minutes here. I don't know if that's good or bad. These guys are probably stoked that they're going to get out of the car in just over 10 minutes. With the inclement weather, man, they might be cold. They might want to go and get a drink. They might want a sandwich. 6 hours of racing is a very long time. And now with the rain and stuff, look at that right there. You can see that crossing getting all rutted up. Water starting to fill up. Looks like some guys even took that outside line. I don't think they were supposed to. So one thing that we should talk about actually is virtual checkpoints, VCPs. So Racing Tracks has set up checkpoints and all kinds of different stuff around this. Look at those ruts that we were talking about. All around this track. Hidden, actually, so you won't be able to see them. But they're called VCPs, virtual checkpoints. That means, like in a section right there, you could just hang a left and cut the track, right? Well, no, you can't, because if you miss a VCP, you get penalized. And those VCPs are all over the track, so these drivers have to stay within, I think it was 20 feet of the track. If they go any further than that, the GPS will tell the race director that they were not on course. If there was a reason that they got off, well, it's up for discussion then. But if there was not a reason they got off and they were by themselves, it's assumed that you were not on course because you were gaining an unfair advantage against some of the other people. Right there, you can see the option line. That is not gaining an unfair advantage. Everybody has the same ability to go on those two separate lines. There's no VCP right there. That was not cutting the track or anything like that. But there are some areas of the track where you could significantly gain an advantage. And those areas are clearly marked with virtual checkpoints. So if you've never heard of what a virtual checkpoint is, it's pretty cool because it makes it so that the racing is much, much more fair. Well, that sounded weird, but much more fair. Thank you very much, Rich Raby, for commenting on YouTube. Yeah, for such a big event, we would like to have a lot more cameras and stuff out here as well, man. It would be a lot cooler. A lot of times we have cameras that are out in the field. A lot of the trees and stuff here, unfortunately, we can't see through them. Wi-Fi is also an issue. Cell phone service and cell phone coverage out here is minimal. But we are working on it, man. So we really appreciate you letting us know because we would love to have some more cameras out here too. We could get a guy down there showing how deep these ruts are if we had the ability to project that stuff for a live stream. So much that goes into these live streams, and man, we will just grow and grow and grow as technology does. So as technology gets better, cameras get better, this stuff will get better for you guys too. We really appreciate you guys giving us the understanding of what you guys want at home too. So thank you very much, Rich. Budget Built Racing, 77 Motorsports. Bill Deck is suggesting that people go race his series too. You're more than welcome to race his series and also come out to our series. These events are fantastic, man. A lot of knowledgeable people that help each other. Camaraderie is insanely good out here. This is a brand new track for the Texas series and for the 12-hour side-by-side race out here in Texas. So there's a lot of things that can be done better, and these guys are already writing all these things down. So it's super cool to see, especially with the new track, man. Like, all of the drivers, all of the teams, we haven't heard, well, some of the single track and some of the mud obviously now, but we haven't heard anything bad. We've heard that everybody really, really likes this track. Go through a couple of more of our comments here, and then we're going to go down the leaderboard on the 6-hour race here. Go Big Daddy Kyle from Francine. Luann Lester, go number 24. Heather Stani says, rooting for the 419 car. Tim Slocum. Tim Slocum's getting a lot of love today, man. Big fan of Tim Slocum. Big fans of Tim Slocum checking out the races. All right, so we are, let's see here, just under 7 minutes from halfway. Oh, we have a UTV that just slid off. Stayed on course. Well, we can get the drone to turn around and go back and look at that, but almost slid down in the ditch. Wow, that's crazy right there. You can see him on the center of your screen. But he's going to need some assistance to get back up there. Yeah, that's a steep little part of the track as well. So it looks like the driver is out, but I don't know if he's high-centered or if there is actually like some rope or something, but good thing that little post was there to be able to catch him. So that driver taking off his helmet. Thank you very much to all the other drivers for being safe. In situations like this, I'm going to be a strong advocate of safety. Do what this driver is doing and oh, that's what it is. Okay, so he must have hit that pole, just kind of slid into it. And unfortunately, that's not looking good for the front end of his car. Maybe he just needs to get pulled out and it's okay. But in situations like this, looking at your car and kind of getting an understanding of what's going on is all right. But the best thing to do is the same situation that happened to him could happen to other drivers very, very quickly. So, like, let's just say that driver right there slid down in it. The best thing for him to do is to kind of walk to safety and wait for the safety crew to get there. A vehicle is much easier to fix than a human, so always err on the side of caution. So that was a really good move that driver was doing to get out of the way and wait for somebody to go get him. He may already have radioed in if his radio or his comms were down. Hopefully somebody's watching the live feed and the safety crew can go out there and just help pull him back. There's no way he's going to be able to pull that in that slippery mud. Good on the driver for walking past there. Oh, now we got FPV drone, sweet. So we got a good follow cam now with a high-speed drone. There you go. That corner didn't look like it had too bad a traction. It looks like the traction is pretty good right there. Pace has slowed significantly as the track conditions have escalated.